Mark, how's your mom?
What a great way to start. We are up and live. Alderman Hayes notifies me that we have all 13 of us here. So that's a wonderful, wonderful thing. First thing we're going to do is, as we call the meeting to order, is call the roll. And I'm going to ask Annette to do that, and then we will follow as we typically do with a prayer and with a pledge. Annette, go ahead, please.
Brown.
Here.
Campbell.
Here.
Collins.
Here.
Cunningham.
Here.
Dixon. Here. Edwards.
Here.
Hayes.
Here.
Peterson. Peterson.
Here.
Petrelli. Here. Robertson.
Here.
Skidmore.
Yeah, here.
Waters.
Here.
And Clary.
Here.
All present.
Annette, thank you. My prayer tonight is going to include Joe Skidmore. Mark's mother, former alderman, went to the hospital earlier today, and she's currently in ICU. Wonderful woman who has served her community before there was a board of mayor and alderman, and as an alderman as well, and as former vice mayor. Mark, you are in our prayers. Your family is in our prayers. Appreciate you joining us. And I think we can understand that Mark may need to jump off this at some point. But if you'll join me for a prayer, and then we'll stand for the pledge as well. So please bow your heads.
Thank you.
Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us together, and thank you for this opportunity to serve you, and thank you for the many opportunities to serve you that we have even as we leave here. Please especially look after those folks that that we know and those that we don't, the people who protect us here, the people who protect us far away. Please help us use the gift, talents, and abilities you've used to do your work tonight. And as I said, as we go from here, please especially look after Joe Skidmore and the Skidmore family, as well as the Westendorf family, who recently had a death in their family.
Amen.
Continue to look after this city, this state, and this country, and help us to appreciate the peaceful transitions that we have. Help us to appreciate the democracy we have. Help us to appreciate the community and the communities that we have, and all the wonderful opportunities you have provided for us, including providing your son. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Please join me for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
of America,
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh.
Thank you all. I have had some glitchy computer problems in the past hour. If my computer freezes, if it goes off, I have a backup. If y'all could just, hopefully this doesn't happen. If y'all could just hold off any business until I can get the backup running, that'd be wonderful. It's the only time I think I've ever had any Zoom problems, any connection problems happened about an hour ago during during one of the committee meetings. So if that happens, I'd appreciate if y'all just held off on doing business and waited for me to get back. It'll probably take me about 5 minutes to get back. I need to entertain a motion to accept our agenda. Alderman Waters.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Chairman, I move to amend the agenda.
Okay, let's make a motion first.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, Alderman Edwards.
Second.
And a second from Alderman Robertson. Alderman Waters, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I got ahead of you.
It's fine.
As stated, I move to amend the agenda, and I ask the board to move item G. Move item G to item A, and let's make item A A2.
Okay.
That's my motion.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
We have a motion, and I heard a second. I don't recognize who that was, though.
Second.
Second from Alderman Dixon. Any discussion on that? I don't see any hands up, any of the blue ones or any of the real ones. Alderman Brown.
You're on mute.
Okay.
You're on mute.
Alderman Brown, we're not hearing anything.
You're on mute.
You're muted.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. I'm sorry, folks. It's my age, you know. We cannot actually move G to A until we approve G to be on our agenda, because it's outside the 2-week rule. So I will move that we do that. It has been through general committee this evening. So I would move that G be added to our agenda tonight, and then we can move it to the A spot where Mr. Waters wanted to move.
Either we have to dispose of one motion to go to the other, or we can just incorporate it. Alderman Waters, do you want to make a motion and incorporate that we consider item G? And we move it up as A1.
Yes, I agree. Thank you.
Alderman Brown, you good with that?
I'll second it. Yep.
Okay. I see Alderman Petrelli, Alderman Edwards with their hand up. Do you want to speak on this item?
Not on this item.
Not on this item, thank you.
Thank you. We need to have a roll call on this. All those in favor of moving item G and accepting item G to the agenda, please signify by saying aye when Annette calls your name. Those opposed, please say no.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye.
and Clary.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Annette, thank you. That passed unanimously. Alderman Edwards.
Okay, I would like to move the following items to a consent agenda. Item B, item C, item E, item F, item H, and item I. If anybody has any opposition to those being on the consent agenda, I will modify my motion to exclude those items. And I also, part of my motion, I would ask that the mayor that we waive reading of the captions when it's time to read the consent agenda. I think we're going to be getting close to midnight tonight, so I think every minute counts.
Second.
Motion from Alderman Edwards, a second from Alderman Petrelli, and that is to group in a consent agenda B, C, E, F, H, I, and to waive the reading of those captions when we get to those. Any discussion on that? I see a couple hands up. Alderman Brown, do you want to discuss this? Alderman Brown, we think that was a no. Okay. Don't see anybody else wishing to discuss this. All those in favor of grouping items B, C, E, F, and H, I under consent agenda, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye.
and Clary.
Aye.
Is unanimous.
Passed unanimously. Thank you, Annette. There were a couple other hands up just a second ago. Those hands have gone away. Alderman Petrelli, Alderman Brown, Alderman Edwards, anything else?
No, sir.
Okay, I need just a second to, I can do this live. Tina, have we had anybody else sign up for the public hearing?
Not since the email I sent you, sir, with the list.
Okay, so with those three, do we still have 10 for citizen comments?
Actually, it's 8. There was a couple of duplicates.
Okay, appreciate that. So next on the agenda, we have a public hearing. This is a public hearing to hear comments. I'm sorry, Annette, we have not actually voted on the agenda, have we?
No,
We voted on the amendments.
correct.
Okay, Alderman Hayes, sorry to speed by you.
Thank you. No problem, Mayor. Just wanted everyone to know that I appreciate, Mayor, you're allowing the Wellsford Landing being put back on the agenda. That was done through Rule 38, which is to renew the motion to approve. Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate that. And when we get to that, we will have to decide on a motion to renew before we actually consider that item. So just so to clarify that.
All right.
I appreciate your appreciation. All those in favor of accepting the agenda as it's amended, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
accepting the agenda.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
I said, I'm sorry.
okay, Waters,
Aye.
and Clary.
Aye.
That is unanimous.
Passed unanimously. Thank you, Annette. Next, we have a public hearing to hear comments on a request by Sean Jackson to approve a comprehensive development plan for Jackson Townhome and to rezone the property from office plan development O-PD to general commercial plan development GC-PD and multifamily residential plan development MFR-PD and from suburban residential medium density plan development SR-2PD to multifamily residential plan development MFR-PD. We have 3 people signed up for that. The first one is Charles Hasty. Mr. Hasty, want to make sure that we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
There you go. You're good. Please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Charles Hasty. I live at 105 Stoneway Drive. It's in Stony Brook subdivision. It's a subdivision that adjoins Mr. Jackson's development. We spoke at length at public hearings at your last meeting, so I'm not going to bore you with a whole lot of it the second time around. We support this development. The neighborhood supports this development. Mr. Jackson has worked with us very closely, and we would hope that you would go ahead and approve this, because that property is not going to stay vacant. And we think this is the best we're going to get. Just don't let outside influences or negative comments on other developments influence this one, because the neighbors wholeheartedly support this. Now, I got one other quick question, if I may. Has Gary Head signed up for the public hearing?
Yes, sir. He signed up and he was invited, but I have not seen him show up in the waiting room yet.
Okay, he has some additional comments that I would like for him to that he gives to the board. So we just ask for your support. And one other quick comment: I want to appreciate the board at least hearing us at the citizens comment session on your last meeting and forwarding this to the public hearing so the public would have an opportunity to address it if they so desire. Thank you very much. We appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Mr. Hasty, thank you. Tina, for a second there, I wasn't able to hear what your response was to Mr. Hasty about Mr. Head.
Yes, sir. Mr. Head did sign up. He was invited, but I do not see him in the waiting room.
Okay. Appreciate that. Next, we have Sean Jackson. I don't know if I saw Sean. Oh, there we go. Sean, you're good to go. We can hear you.
You talking about me?
There you go. Yep. Do you want to speak? You're signed up.
Oh, I think that was on accident.
Okay. Okay. You're fine. I appreciate that. Anna Weathers. Anna, are you with us?
I have not seen Miss Weathers.
Okay. If she by chance shows up for citizen comments under some confusion there, we'll allow her to speak on citizen comments. Thank you, Tina. That's the only people we have signed up. Tina, Annette, I'm not missing anything on the public hearing, am I?
No, not that I see.
No, sir, you're fine.
Appreciate that. Next on our agenda, we have the minutes. So I'm going to entertain a motion to approve our minutes from December 8th, 2020.
So moved.
Motion from Alderman Waters.
Second.
A second from Alderman Brown. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the minutes from December 8th, 2020, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters, Hingham,
I'm sorry. Aye.
and Clary.
Aye.
Passed unanimously.
Passes unanimously. Thank you, Annette. Now we have our citizen comments. I need to read our rules for those. Speakers must identify themselves by name and address. The public comment shall be limited to 5 minutes per person, and that time is not transferable to other speakers. All comments are to be directed to the presiding officer, not to the alderman, city staff, or other members of the public. Comments must address issues, not individuals or personalities. Personal attacks will not be tolerated. Comments may support or oppose particular issues or measures, but the motives of those with differing views shall not be questioned or attacked. Malicious comments will not be allowed. Speeches for or against particular candidates running for public office shall not be allowed. First person we have signed up is Laura Strong. Laura, I saw you with us. Personal attack be tolerated.
Yes, I am here.
Okay.
My name is Laura Strong. I live at 1323 Center Point Road. I'm actually here to speak on behalf of the Cages Bend Development LLC regarding our Wellsford Landing ERP zoning request. Just to introduce ourselves a little bit, our development team is made up of longtime City of Hendersonville residents. So we have a vested interest in seeing the best possible development for the City of Hendersonville. So as locals, we understand the importance of developing a high quality community on this land off Cages Bend that will complement the way of life already on Cages Bend. That is why we are adamant about preserving the existing lake and as many existing trees as possible, in addition to adding landscaping on all open spaces. In order to do so, we follow the recommendation of the planning staff in requesting the ERPD zoning, which would allow a maximum of 1.3 lots per acre. With 80 total acres, this allows no more than 104 lots. That's contrary to the popular rumor that we're requesting 320 lots on 80 acres. It has also been repeatedly said that we're requesting quarter-acre lots. This is also false. Our smallest lot in our development is over 1/3 of an acre and ranges up to 3/4 of an acre. The ERPD zoning, I think the confusion there is that it does allow just under quarter-acre lots, but it still doesn't change the amount of lots that you're allowed to add. But again, our proposed development is starting at over 1/3 of an acre lots. Since purchasing the land on Cages Bend in July of 2020, we've made many attempts to communicate with and work with the existing homeowners in the lakes of Savannah. Based on their feedback, we've made adjustments to our plan, including adding open space between existing lots and the new lots. We've agreed to a crash gate to eliminate the traffic completely going through the lakes of Savannah because of the Barron Road connection. I understand that ultimately the decision of whether or not a crash gate or what kind of traffic calming device would be allowed is out of our hands, but we've agreed to whatever the city is agreeable to there. And then since the December 8th BOMA meeting, we've also agreed to add a fence between the existing lots on North Thames and our new entrance off Cages Bend. That was based on hearing safety concerns for the first time after that meeting about the entrance backing up to those. And so again, we've agreed to add a fence there along those property lines. We've also heard concerns of drainage issues on Cages Bend that are already existing. Our development will not affect those drainage issues or have any water draining onto Cages Bend. The Planning Commission voted 9-1 to recommend our project for approval after months of diligent work between our development team and the planning staff. We all recommendations, including but not limited to the proposed $3,500 per lot impact fees and added amenities such as the parking lot, playground, dog park, and pavilion, which are included in our 23-acre park with the walking trail and pond. We continue to demonstrate our willingness to work with all parties involved to make this development the best it can be. And we're excited about presenting the best option with Wellsford Landing as a planned development. I know you all have a lot to take into consideration. Please take all information into consideration and all accurate information into consideration. A lot of opposition is based on inaccurate information. A lot of opposing neighbors have said that they aren't taking major benefits of this project into consideration, like impact fees, increased property taxes and amenities, and we're asking that you do. So we just want to let you know that we're here. We'll be here when this comes up on the agenda to answer any questions and concerns, and we thank you for your time.
Laura, thank you. Appreciate that. Next, we have Patricia Kennedy of Dames Avenue North. Patricia, are you with us?
Yeah. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I am going to be impacted greatly by this because, you know, we are not against a nice development. We've never been against it. You know, they act like we're the enemy. We just feel like that why do they want to rezone? They can still put just a few less houses and do the same exact development, but just less houses, you know, and they said, well, if we don't rezone, it's going to change what kind of houses we build. Well, that's just simply not true. Creekside has always built nice homes. Look what they built across in Savannah. And there's, you know, they instead threaten us by giving us a new layout where they're going to put the road exactly on our property line and then tell us not to share that information. How can you do that? I mean, how can you be so, you know, they upset everyone in this neighborhood by doing that. And, you know, that's not very nice. The developers did this, you know, to scare us, saying they can put the road right on my property line. And I'm just over it. You know, I have stage 4 cancer and I'm trying to live my life. We have enjoyed a peaceful neighborhood and we don't like threats by these people. And yes, there is flooding. And when you put extra houses, it is going to cause more runoff. It is going to cause more problems. And in the long run, the city of Hendersonville, us as citizens are going to pay with our taxes to fix the problems that they create by putting more houses. So I am against rezoning. It needs to stay at ER and still build a nice community. You don't have to do, you know, you don't have to change your plans that much. You can still, you know, pass the, you know, I know you paid a lot for your property, but, you know, pass that on to the buyers. These are people moving from out of state. They have more money to spend. Build a nicer home and charge more for it if that's the problem. Sorry, I'm just emotional about it because I don't like being threatened. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I don't understand why it's brought up again anyway when it was voted down. But anyway, I appreciate y'all's time. Thank you.
Patricia, thank you. Next, we have Terry Mims of 112 South Dames Avenue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Terry Mims, and I live at 112 South Dames Avenue, and I want to state that I am against the rezoning to ERPD. I am for development, but I am supporting ER, maintaining ER, but not ERPD. There's many letters and emails that have been sent to the mayor and BOMA supporting and documenting why we feel like you should vote against ERPD. I, like Patty Kennedy, in my opinion, the rereading or this being placed back on the agenda tonight is in violation of 8.8.3.4. But tonight it's already been said using Rule 38 evidently throws out if an application for planned development has been deemed or denied by either the board or mayor, alderman, or planning commission, no application of essentially the same plan development may be filed for the period of 1 year. So I'm kind of confused while we're there. So I'd like to have at some point in time more clarification on this ruling of 38. But since it is on the agenda, the purpose of the city of Hendersonville, Tennessee zoning ordinance, and I just want to remind everybody here that purpose 1.3 says that this zoning ordinance is to promote and protect the public health, safety, and general welfare of the people. And number 3, lessen or reduce congestion in public streets. Zoning to ERPD, along with the other development that's going to be going on with this area, with the goat farm and more development at the plantation, it's just going to really congest this place up. And without a traffic study or some other studies about safety and general for welfare, I think letting it go to ERPD is going to be going against the general overall purpose of our zoning ordinance. Also, I stated in the Planning Commission that if we go to ERPD, it's going to violate our current Lakes of Savannah current covenants of restrictions. That was explained away by the city planner, but I want to direct to that of the city of Hendersonville zoning ordinance 1.4.4 says this ordinance is not intended to nullify any private agreement or covenant, including homeowners association. Violating and going to ERPD is going to be violating our agreement here. Also, I had a conversation with a couple of our aldermen, but one of my aldermen, he was trying to convince me of how great this was due to the $364,000 impact fee. $364,000, ladies and gentlemen, can be spent faster than a drag car going down a drag street. What is $364,000 going to do? It's going to go away immediately. As we discussed about it, and we started talking about the zoning ordinances, then I was stating this, well, I don't know. I haven't read the zoning ordinance, which I was shocked when I heard that. In addition, as we discussed this zoning plan even more, then it came out that it was stated, well, we're trying to facilitate a sale. I want my children to move here. I'm trying to buy a house from Creekside. I just hope there hasn't been an incentive on the backside in order for you to support this rezoning. We need to support ERPD, I was told. And because the developer can't make money building at ER. Well, Creekside is making plenty of profit building on ER right now in Savannah across the street. And I also want to remind that the burden of profit, in the ability to generate margin, that burden should be not placed on the city of Hendersonville or us homeowners or anybody else. The burden of generating profit solely relies upon the back of Creekside. We're asking you that you need to build a better mousetrap and also pass those costs on to the people that's going to be buying these homes, which are probably people coming from California, Illinois, Texas, and other places. They're probably not going to be local people buying these homes. ERPD, I've been told, will guarantee that your property value will go up. Well, a $600,000 house is not going to guarantee my property value is going to go up. Property value is determined by what you can sell price per square foot. I want to let you know the last home that was sold in the Lakes of Savannah was sold at a higher per square foot than some of the brand new homes that you're selling now in Savannah. So I don't buy into that. And the bullying and the threats, you've heard about it. We've been bullied, we've been threatened. We've had things that if we don't get ERPD, you're going to regret it. If we don't get our ERPD, we're going to put a road right in your backyard. All of those are fear tactics.
30 seconds left. Go ahead. 30 seconds left.
All of those are fear tactics. I'm going to ask that the people in BOMA support the people that voted for you. Don't support empty promises of a maybe of a profit. Thank you very much. I'd ask that I'd be brought back in on discussions later.
Terry, thank you. We also have a note that I just passed on to you by email, and that was from Kim Mims. She provided a note and asked that we read that during citizen comments. We don't do that, but I felt like it was fair to at least email those to you. So you've gotten her comment by email if you've got a chance to take a look at it.
Mr. Chairman.
Alderman Waters.
I want to later ask Keith to come and let's address Mr. Mims's comments that he just made. I think he made some good ones,
Okay.
but I want to get Keith back at the podium. Okay.
Okay. Can we do that when we've got a couple more citizen comments?
At your convenience, sir.
Okay. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Waters. Next, we have Sarah Hilton on Cages Bend Road.
Hello. Sorry, got a bunch of kids here. It might be a little loud, but I live at 2317 Cages Bend Road. And I guess I'm relieved to hear the statements from the Creekside builders about the crash gate and the fence between the properties and the road not being directly on the backyards of the homes in Lakes of Savannah. But I'm not sure how they are saying that they have communicated that with us. I haven't had anyone reach out to me from Creekside about the development. I am against the ERPD. My biggest concern is the road going through Lakes of Savannah. I don't understand why they would need to, but if they are putting a crash gate, then that quells my concern about that. But I just don't know how they thought that they communicated that with the residents here. So that would be interesting to hear. I'm also concerned with how they're using the land based on how they use the land in Savannah. They are really excited about putting walking paths in. To me, that's just clear cutting land and taking away habitat from the local animals. So those are my concern. It's just how the treatment of the land's being handled and making sure that our neighborhood is not being used as a egress, and that the street is not being put directly on the backyards of the people's homes on the north end of the neighborhood. That's it.
Mute.
Sarah,
Mayor?
thank you. Sarah, thank you for that. Next, we have Gary Head from Stonebrook Lane.
Mr. Chairman, I may be a little off subject here. I meant to really sign up for the public hearing part of this agenda, but I blew it. I made a bogey.
For you, that's rare. But if you'd like to speak now, you're certainly welcome to.
All right. I have some prepared comments. I'm Gary Head, 110 Stonebrook Lane, president of the Stony Brook Development HOA. When I was here last month in support of the Jackson Townhome Development proposal, I was speaking for our board of directors. We felt there was reason to believe most or all of our HOA members agreed. During the discussion, one of you, Alderman Cunningham, I think, asked about a petition. That suggested to me that perhaps you need more assurance that a preponderance of our HOA members support the proposal, and a petition with supporting signatures would be beneficial. Though there were no objections expressed among our HOA members after being provided with all the updated information on proposed development, I chose to pursue the idea of a petition as a final push and succeeded in gathering signatures from 40 of the 42 property owners. You have a copy. 2 property owners are unavailable. So tonight, all the Stony Brook Development HOA are joining me in asking you to approve the Jackson Townhome Development as proposed. And I want to thank you for allowing me to speak, and I appreciate your attentiveness to the business of our city and concerns of its citizens.
Gary, thank you so much. Next, we have Jim Vaughn of Cages Bend Road.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's good to see you. Good to see a lot of familiar faces up there. I appreciate all y'all's service. You know, I know how I'm sort of have firsthand information about what it's like to be sitting in those chairs right now. So I appreciate everything y'all do for us, for the city, and all the hard work you put in. I do live at Cages Bend Road, and I'm here to speak in favor of Bellsford Landing. I realize I'm sort of different than a lot of my neighbors out there, but I have just a little bit different perspective I'd like to share with y'all if y'all don't mind. You know, Tammy and I moved out on Cages Bend Road. We've been there since the middle 90s. And, you know, back before then, I used to drive up and down that street out there and just look over towards those pastures and that farmland out there and think, man, I sure would love to live in that community over there, that area over there. And we were blessed to be able to go out there and live on, move out on Cages Bend back in the 90s. We bought some land on what used to be the old McDonald Farm. I live on the old McDonald Farm, believe it or not, and we love it out there. It's beautiful country. We've watched a lot of growth in that area. You know, since we moved out there, we've seen developments such as Emerald Point, Five Coves, Morgan Farms, Savannah Hunt Club, and Lakes of Savannah. So we've seen a lot of development go in that area out there. And if it wasn't for that development out there, those people wouldn't be enjoying those fine homes that they all live in. We're sort of like a lot of people. When I first moved out there, I really didn't want to see a lot of development. I love the farmland. I love the rolling pastures and stuff like that. But as you know as well as I do, that's not reality. It's going to be developed. The land's going to be developed. And the good thing about this development here that I can tell is the people who are actually going to be doing the development. Cammy is, as y'all, I don't know if y'all know this or not, but my wife's a realtor. I'm a real estate agent. I've been involved in real estate for years. And we've known these builders. We've seen their product. We know they have good quality development. Lynn Ballou, Barry Duke, Mike Duke, Wheeler Construction. We have sold properties that they have built, and they built a fine home. And I believe it's going to be a fine development. So, and I've had those concerns, the same concerns a lot of people are saying. One of those concerns came when Five Coves was built right around the corner from me. It's right across the street from me. When it was built, I'll be honest with you, I was a little concerned about it. And some of my concerns came to reality when it sort of went belly up. And it was sitting there set for a long time, not completed. But people like Lynn Ballou, Rick Halcomb, and some of those builders came in there and built what could have been a disaster and built a fine subdivision, something that I'm proud to have as my neighbor out there. So they build a very good quality product, and they've been doing it for decades. I don't know how many people are familiar with these folks, but I've known these builders to be around for decades. And I say that we're going to have development in that area, and it's going to happen. One of my other concerns is if we don't allow good local developers to come in and build a good, fine quality project, we're going to have people coming in from outside of other states that's going to be developing on that property. And when I first got involved in this, or when I first saw it, I was going down Cages Bend Road, and I saw a sign go up about it being rezoned. And your neighbor to the east of you has a reputation of building a lot of apartment complexes and high density developments. And I was concerned about that happening in that area right there. So that's the reason why I got involved in it. So to see that there's going to be a nice development like I've heard about, and I've looked at the plans of the development, I'm just happy that something like that's going in as opposed to an apartment complex. When I was at the county commission, there's a lot of issues that came up about stuff like this. One of them was drainage. I understand drainage has been taken care of. The other one was traffic and schools. Well, when it comes to a project that has 103, 104 houses, that's not going to have near the impact on our school system and on our roads as a high density development such as an apartment complex or something like that. I always felt like that when it comes right down to it, the issue of development comes down to balance. I firmly believe in property owners' rights. If you have a piece of property, I feel like that you have the right to do what you want to with that property, as long as it doesn't have a significant imposition on the people and the neighbors in the area. And I really feel like that this development does not impose on the people in the area as to a significant degree. Of course, I'd love to see the land around us go undeveloped, but I really feel like it's going to be a good quality development that's not only going to enhance the area out there, but it's going to give some enhanced value to the properties around that area.
Hey, Jim, 30 seconds.
Yes, sir. As as property goes and gets developed out there, those rooftops that we've had have actually added to the development area, such as Kroger Marketplace. One of the features that my wife and I love to brag about is the fact that we live in an area where it has such development. So we can have rooftops, single family, good dwellings, or we can have apartment complexes. And to know that it's going to be developed by some good quality local developers, I really feel like it's going to enhance our area. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the alderman for allowing me to speak tonight.
Jim, thank you. Next, we have Kimberly Overton of Creekside Court. You're good.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to speak again tonight on a couple of issues. First one, I wanted to continue to advocate for the return of in-person meetings with the hybrid option. While it's true that Governor Lee has extended the opportunity to continue electronic meetings, at this time he has not mandated them. Having a hybrid option would allow those who choose to participate electronically the opportunity to do so without restricting the citizens, and those BOMA members who would prefer to return to City Hall the ability to attend in person. As long as reasonable and appropriate measures are taken to comply with CDC guidelines for social distancing and/or masking, then there is no reason why these meetings cannot take place in person. At the last meeting on 12/8, Alderman Robertson had requested that the interim city administrator confer with the IT department to determine what needed to happen in order to make that hybrid meeting a reality. And I look forward to hearing his report this evening. Surely, if we are asking our K through 12 students, parents, and educators to adapt to a hybrid learning environment, it isn't too much to ask our elected officials to do the same. I know that some citizens are demanding a complete return to in-person, while others are adamant about sticking to the electronic meetings. I believe that the hybrid option is a reasonable solution that is easily achievable and takes into consideration the concerns of all. If any of you would be willing to do so, I would love to see this item added to the agenda and put up for a vote by the board. I understand that is not likely to happen, but I just thought I would throw that out there. Anyway. I'd also like to make a comment about last week's special call meeting and say that I was very impressed with how that meeting went. I'm very thankful for the strong united stance that you all took. For the first time, I felt like I was actually well represented by the entire board. I'm sorry that negative comments far outweigh compliments. I know that's true in my profession as well, so I just really wanted to make sure that I let you know I greatly appreciated your willingness to work together towards the common goal of serving the citizens of Hendersonville. And I hope that this is the beginning of a new trend. The other issue I'd like to speak on this evening is that of the city administrator. I'm just going to kind of reiterate the email I sent to each of you just for the record. I'm requesting that you consider the overwhelming majority of citizens who have repeatedly and emphatically requested the elimination of this position. Time and again, we have reached out to all of you across multiple forums to voice our opposition to this unnecessary burden to the taxpayers. And unfortunately, it seems as if our pleas continue to fall on deaf ears. I hope that ends this evening. We have a duly elected mayor who is accountable to the voters. This is who we want managing our city. If the mayor does not perform up to our expectations, then we will have the opportunity to vote him out. The same holds true for each of you. Elections have consequences, and this past election was clearly a referendum on the city administrator position. The only reasonable inference that can be made by voting to continue this unwanted position in the face of such widespread opposition is that your reasoning in doing so is fueled by petty political differences that exist between some of the aldermen and the mayor. I would ask that you please put these differences aside and vote the will of your constituents. At last week's special call BOMA meeting, we all saw the progress that can be made when you work together towards the common goal of serving the citizens. Your strong united front did not go unnoticed or unappreciated. One can only hope that this rare occurrence of civil discourse among members of the board will be an ongoing theme moving forward. I would be in favor and agreeable to Alderman Robertson's recommendation to create a chief of operations position that will report directly to the mayor at a much more reasonable salary. In many of the responses I received, amendments had been mentioned. I feel certain that a reasonable compromise can be reached. However, any amendment that would include this position reporting directly to the board rather than the mayor would change nothing but the job title and would clearly be unacceptable to the many constituents that oppose this CA position. Please reject any amendments that would so blatantly disregard the voice of the citizens. That's all I have for tonight. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak, and thank you to all of you for your service. Thank you.
Kimberly, thank you. Now we have Barbara Brennan of Jefferson Drive.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Brennan. I'm at 116 Jefferson Drive in Hendersonville. First of all, as I have spoken before, I appreciate all of your services, even when we disagree, but I do appreciate all your hard work and your willingness to serve the city. I'd like to echo the comments of the young lady prior to me that I support an in-person or hybrid meeting because I feel that the interaction and some of the face-to-face contact is really important in conveying the will of the board as well as the will of the voters. I specifically wanted to speak to Ordinance 2053 that Mr. Robertson will be suggesting, and it also is related to the Chief of Operations and setting forth the qualifications and salary for that position. There was a lot of discussion about this in the past couple of years and a lot of harsh words and feelings that went into it, but I also agree that the voters have spoken. Their will is to have the elected mayor be the CEO of the city, and not to say that there aren't times when the workload is heavy and they need assistance. And I think the kind of assistance that Mr. Robertson is proposing, where you have a skilled individual who can help in many areas, and allow the mayor to move forward the agenda of the city, but help them with the day-to-day operations. So just basically the simple thing is respect the voters, hear what we said to you, and you are accountable to the voters, both the mayor is and each of you are. Again, thank you for your service, but please favorably vote for Ordinance 2053. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Barbara, thank you. Next, we have Chris Porch. Chris, I need you to give us your address.
All right, can you hear me now?
You're good.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Chris Porch. I'm at 2706 Cages Bend Road. We've been speaking about this Bells for Landing deal since November in opposition to it. Many people have commented the fact that, development of this land out here is inevitable, which I agree with that. One of our main concern is the change and the traffic. And I want to echo everything that Mr. Mims and several others said, but I think we're missing something. I think that the decision made regarding this development is going to set a precedence. It's been rumored that there is other land these same builders are looking to build on. And I want to ensure that whatever decision is made is in the best interest of the community. We're all worried about infrastructure, worried about roads, schools, all the same things that everybody's worried about. But this was tabled at one point for some reason. I missed that meeting, and I hate that I missed that, but it's been brought back up, and I'm really unsure why it's come back to surface, as Mr. Mims also asked about. The big thing is infrastructure for me, though, with my school, my kids' schools, the roads. There's times when it takes a ridiculous amount of time to get from my home to Gallatin Road. And that's only further exasperated by these additional 100 homes, plus the other homes that are probably being planned in the background that we're not even aware of yet. Whatever decision's made, I ask that it's done thoughtfully for us, not for the builders. That's all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe you're muted, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chris. Next, we have consideration of actions to be taken regarding the trash collection service. I'm going to ask Public Works Committee Chairman Mark Skidmore to lead that off. But without objection, I'm going to go ahead and allow Lori Kate and Tim Dolan to speak. So that will require that we suspend the rules. Without objection, we're going to suspend those rules. And Lori and Tim, y'all understand this. You've handled this well Thursday, and you handled this well today. That you're here to answer questions and provide information. It's not a time to lobby or advocate. You're here to help us through this. And y'all have handled that well so far. The way you've handled it has been sort of what we're looking for tonight. So Chairman Skidmore, go ahead.
Thank you. A couple of things I want to say that I just want to say to the Board of Aldermen that have contacted me. I appreciate your thoughts and your prayers within it for my family. This morning at about, it was earlier. I mean, it was actually late last night. mother had to we had to call the ambulance to get to the hospital. So I was not able to attend the meeting this morning as I was at the hospital. So my colleague from Ward 6, Alderman Roberson and Lee Peterson took the committee, and I asked them to, I'm not going to be there, but in my absence, lead this committee and do the right thing. And apparently, Mr. Roberson did an excellent job. That's why we chose him to be the vice chairman of that committee. So I would like to yield the rest of my time this evening to Mr. Roberson to tell you exactly what happened in the committee. So if that is at this point, if there's no objection, Mayor, I'd like to yield the rest of my time to Eddie. And Eddie, thank you very much for taking the bull by the horns this morning. I appreciate it. You and Lee did an excellent job along with Marshall Boyd. So Eddie, could you tell us a little bit about what happened that we were instructed to do? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Skidmore.
Thank you, Chairman Skidmore. And let me reiterate what the mayor has already said and what I know is in the hearts of each of us on this board, that our hearts and prayers are with your mother. Your mother is a very special person in the history of this city. She has served ably and nobly in the past, and during these days of difficulty, we want you to know that our hearts are with you and that our prayers are lifting you up. So please give her regards, and if you can, give her a kiss for this board.
Thank you very much.
So board, today the Public Works Committee met from 9:30 until 12:30, almost 12:30. And on the agenda were 3 items. And I know many of you listened in live. I received emails and texts from you that you were listening. And those that didn't, we want to be thorough tonight. We want to be concise, but we want to be able to, we believe, answer the questions that this board raised at its last special meeting. Today, we looked at 3 things. The first thing on the agenda was the improvement plan of the company. The second thing that we tackled were fines. And the third thing that we tackled were dumpsters, the issue of dumpsters. So with the improvement plan, the company did present a plan today. And I think it would be appropriate at this time to allow the company to give a brief overview of that plan, probably not as in-depth as you did today, but Mr. Dolan, I believe if you would lead the discussion on that and tell us what the company plans to do as far as an improvement plan and why you believe that this improvement plan will correct the company's problems in Hendersonville. Mr. Dolan.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Pardon me. So I'll kind of run down a brief overview of the plan that we discussed. We met with city staff yesterday. We met with the committee this morning and went over this in depth. And it's kind of a 2-part plan. Part 1 of it is let's just stabilize the service right now. So there are 2 additional trucks that we've rented that will stay here until we get permanent replacements for them. We run 10 total routes, so there will be a 20% spare ratio. And then also I've got 2 supervisors that came up here from Florida. Those folks are going to stay here, or 2 additional folks basically until we get the staffing back in order. We were 3 drivers short. We hired 2 drivers last week. There's another one we're making an offer to today. So to get the labor situation basically shored up and keep it that way. Another initial thing that we're doing is if we need to put temporary labor, I know there's some long driveways out there. If we need to do that, we'll put those folks on the trucks. We've updated our hot list, which we provided, I believe, a copy of it to Marshall earlier today. So anybody who's called in with complaints here over the last, we're sending somebody by to look at their house and make sure that their garbage has been picked up at the curb or their backdoor service has been received. and we are putting eyes on that. And we committed earlier today to, you know, if a call comes in, and we don't mind whatever the reason happens to be, if it's a late put out or if it's a miss or whatever the case might be, we're gonna have it resolved within 24 hours. So those are the short-term things that we've put into place. Some of the long-term things we're putting into place is we're analyzing the routes to see if there needs to be any route balancing, or if we need additional trucks, or if we need different trucks. You know, I made the comment last week that we were re-engineering this whole process to make sure that we have the proper men and equipment in place to handle the service for your city. With the rental trucks coming in, we're doing a complete fleet inspection. That is not, it's been more of a labor issue for us than a truck issue, but I don't want to, you know, we're not going to overlook anything. So we're going through all of the trucks. I've got corporate and regional HR fired up to make sure that we're doing the appropriate recruiting. I was told that things did slow down a little bit during the holiday season, but that the applications we're getting have now picked up. So it seems like we have a better or a larger work pool to choose from. And then again, we're going to look at the whole thing. We're going to look at improving the consistency of the pickup times. I've got something on the list there about ABC routing, where, you know, when a driver completes a section, that's section A, he calls it in, we know that's done, somebody can ride through and check it. Section B, section C, it's a way of verifying service and keeping up with where the trucks are over the course of the day. Again, we'll do the hot list. One of the big pieces is there's a online monitoring system called Trackies that we will use to track each and every event that takes place. That way the city's got good information on who called, what the reason was, and then we'll take care of the resolution and then put some notes in there to address it. And if there's any communication that has to be made with the customer, we'll work with that through the city. So that's kind of an overview. I'll open the floor if there's any questions.
Alderman Robertson, do you want to continue?
Oh, I will say this, that Mr. Peterson and I did approve the two-step service improvement plan. So the committee did recommend approval of that service plan, but I know that there are members that have questions or concerns. And so if that's okay, Mayor, I'll stop talking and open it up and let the board ask questions.
Okay. I don't see any blue hands up. Does anybody just want to wave at me and ask questions about this? If not, we can go ahead and move on to the next part of today's meeting. Alderman Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Public Works Committee. It was I was listening for most of the meeting on YouTube because I was unable to do the Zoom for various reasons that I won't go into. But anyway, it was you conducted a really thorough meeting, as far as I can tell, until you took the break. But my question to Mr. Dolan, and thank you, Mr. Dolan. I was afraid you might not come back after last week. I asked for that remedial plan in writing. Does our Public Works have that in writing?
Yes.
Okay. I would appreciate if the Public Works Committee could pass that on to the rest of our BOMA. And then what benchmarks that you have on it, like what's going to happen week 1, week 2, so on and so forth. And I'm anxious to learn the long-term plan. When did you plan to have that available to us?
Well, it's still in the planning stage. So with the written, what we submitted was a phase 1, which is what are we doing to, put a Band-Aid on it right now, and stop the phone from ringing. Phase 2 is kind of the longer term plan. Some of the things we're going to look at, be it routing systems. That's going to be, that's kind of the living part of the document, because in other words, we're going to do a route analysis over the next 2 weeks. When we get that information, we'll be coming back to the city and sitting down with staff again, and we'll be happy to come back and meet with the Public Works Committee to give you guys regular updates of what progress we're making.
Okay, I know that you said that you have 2 rentals right now. Are they the full-size rental
Yes.
truck? I didn't even know you could rent a garbage truck. A trash truck, sorry. So I would be interested in what kind of permanent equipment that you would be, for the long term, and also permanent additional personnel for the long term. I know it's like you're doing all hands on deck right now, and I really, really appreciate that. But for the long term, because we've had this problem before and it gets better in the short term, and then we see the same problem again crop up again. So I want to make sure that we're covered for the next 3.5 years.
Yes, ma'am. So as far as the trucks go, the trucks are going to stay here until we bring replacements in. They're likely going to be bigger trucks, but again, we're going to make that assessment. We're also talking about maybe bringing in like a park-hand truck, which is a smaller pickup truck with a dump body on the back of it to service some of the driveways.
Hey, Tim, can you speak up a little bit for us?
Yes, sir. Sure can.
There we go. Thank you.
Okay, so we've talked about, we're looking at different pieces of equipment. One of them being a park-hand truck, which is a truck with a dump body on it that would run the long driveways. Having the 2 bigger trucks in here. We're gonna rent those trucks until we make a final decision on what equipment is best going to suit our needs. From a labor standpoint, and I can't really speak to the past, but obviously we've gotten in short with some of the labor. We talked in the meetings today, kind of a plan A, plan B, plan C, and this is standard, and I'm used to it, within the industry and different locations that I've run. Plan A is everybody shows up to work today. Okay, everybody shows up, we're good, we get all the traffic up, we're happy. Okay. Plan A doesn't happen every day. You have people go on vacation, you have things come up. So plan B is you've got 2 swing drivers. Okay, so there's going to be 2 permanent swing drivers that have no route assignments every day. And it's simply their job that, when plan B hits, if somebody gets sick, if somebody lays out, if somebody has to leave town, if somebody quits, if whatever, they're filling in for plan B. All right. Plan C is hiring in driver teams. Right now we have driver helper teams.
I heard you mentioning that in the meeting.
Yes. So if we do driver teams, and I'd like to have 4 of them. This way, if you hit plan C, now you split a driver team and you put a temporary helper on the back of the truck, and it's not perfect, but it still means the truck's running. And then every now and again we get to plan D, and plan D is when the ops manager, the supervisor, these other people have to jump on a truck. I still maintain my CDL just for that purpose. Not that anybody wants me driving a truck, but I can if I have to. So that's the attack we're doing on the labor situation. And the biggest thing about the labor is just keeping up with it, staying ahead of it. We are consistently hiring, even if we overhire, it gives you a chance to keep the cream of the crop. So we're constantly trying to get better on the labor front.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Cunningham, thank you. Alderman Collins.
I have some questions about training the people that you have. Having enough people is, of course, a major obstacle, but I have a lot of complaints about they're not getting all of the bags of trash, or they're leaving little puddles of trash going down the road, or they're not closing my lid, or my trash can is just kind of being thrown around and not put back where it goes. So what are you doing for the quality control from a training perspective?
So from a training perspective, we do have a regiment that we have set up where folks come in, they go through a driving school. We address customer service, we address how to deal with the public. We put we put employees in trucks with other employees, so they kind of get the on-the-job training once they've gone through the academic stuff. Now, some of what you're talking about is those have to be just addressed on a case-by-case basis. You've got, somebody will come in, you'll interview them, they do well, but you never know till they get out on the route if they're going to have the right attention to detail, if they're going to care, if they're going to have the right attitude, and those are things we simply have to deal with on a day-to-day basis and try and coach people up. And if they're going to participate and do what they're supposed to do, then great. If they're not, then that's where we get into making sure you have enough people hired. So if you get to a point where you have to let somebody go because they're simply not willing to provide the service that we're supposed to provide, then we've got backup to fill those shoes.
Okay. I do think that those types of complaints are far more isolated. In a general sense, the people that I hear from love their driver and the helper. They have relationships with them. I think you have good people with some exceptions. So I want to commend you on the good people that you have. And that's it.
Alderman Collins, anything else?
Nope.
Appreciate that. I need to mention something real quick. Is we had some people who spoke earlier that want to speak later on the meeting. They're in the waiting room right now. We will get to them later on. We just have to sort of condense what we have in front of us. So that's the reason we had to do that. So as far as the grid, the Brady Bunch grid that we see here. Alderman Dixon.
Yes. Mr. Dolan, I wanted to follow up with what Rachel just spoke about. I had a lot of complaints about the cans being left in the middle of the road or in the middle of the driveway, and they have to get out of their car and move the can to even get into their house. But this week, I had so many people tell me, I just wanted to share this with you, that their experience was superior to where it had been this week. So I just wanted to let you know, people were, very happy with their service. And I saw your trucks running very early Monday in our ward. And I even saw a couple of the supervisors in a Waste Pro vehicle following behind the truck. So I just wanted to let you know that.
I appreciate that. And just to touch on that point, one of the things, and I've got two guys up here from Florida that are filling in and riding with the supervisor here locally. Both these fellows have worked for me, one for 15 and one for about 20 years. And they are very solid. So we're spending some time with the folks here locally, swapping the garbage stories, so to speak. But one of the real elements that is important for our business is you've got to get out and follow the routes. You got to get out and hit the street and see what's going on, because then when you see the cans in the driveway, when you observe a truck doing something, that's a coaching opportunity right there to go address that. So we're putting a very concerted effort to make sure that we have bodies on the street, watching what's going on.
Good, thank you.
Alderman Dixon, thank you. Alderman Petrelli.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to commend Vice Chairman Roberson for the meeting today, and we're saying prayers for your mama, Mark. I really appreciated the thorough meeting today. It really answered a lot of questions, specifics. I feel like we are going on the right track, but time will tell. We have hope, Mr. Dolan. We appreciate your quick corrective action, because this has been a long journey since the inception of the contract. With that being said, I only had one complaint today on our pickup. That was very refreshing. And one thing that didn't come up last week or today in the meeting, and some folks reminded me of it today, is your folks on the ground digging through garbage and removing garbage from bags or just placing it or scattering it. And just as a part of this whole recovery process of getting back on track, I ask that you please not dig through folks' garbage bags. Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you.
Alderman Robertson, there are no other hands up to speak to this part of the solutions, the plan of improvements. Do you want to continue?
Yeah, so we're ready to proceed to the next phase of our discussion?
So. I believe so.
Okay, and to lead this discussion, I would like to ask Marshall But before I turn it over to Marshall, Mr. Lamar, as city administrator, do you have anything that you would like to state at this point?
No, sir. I'd like the marshal to, and Mr. Bradley can explain the fine situation that we discussed this morning. I think they're better suited legally to do that. But,
okay, excellent. Thank you. Part of any contract, especially Alderman Edwards knows, is enforcement. And so we had a good long discussion today on enforcement. I asked the parties we recessed the meeting, and I asked the parties to go out and discuss to see if they could come to an agreement on the enforcement action. So with that, I'd like to ask Marshall, but before I do, I noticed today, Marshall, as you know, on BOMA has the best hair of any staff or member. But today I noticed, Marshall, one gray hair in your head, and I think I understand why. It's been because of this garbage situation. But I do appreciate how hard you have tried to work a solution out. So if you would give an overview of the fine, of what the parties have agreed to, and then Mr. Bradley, if you'd like to chime in anything legally, I would appreciate that. Marshall, please.
Absolutely. Thank you, Alderman Robertson. I'll give a recap of what we discussed today. Using the complaint section of the contract, I evaluated the misses over the past 7 weeks starting after Thanksgiving. The misses were totaled for each week, and then the tiered penalty matrix applied to each miss. The total cost of all the misses is $21,375. I realize this does not include all the streets that were moved due to the rolling schedule, but does include those misses documented in our reporting system. During the recess in the Public Works special called meeting, Dave, John, Tim, and I met and resolved the penalty to require Waste Pro incur a penalty of $10,687 by deducting this amount from the current bill. I realize that amount is half the total. The other half will be held in abeyance for 6 months at any point. If Waste Pro does not perform to our satisfaction during those 6 months, then this specific item will be brought back before Public Works Committee for consideration, along with any other penalties. Moving forward, to help better clarify the contract language, Waste Pro will be given 24 hours to resolve complaints, and that information reported in the tracking system. And if approved tonight, this will become part of the settlement report. And John, feel free to add to that if needed.
Yeah, I would just say I think that Mr. Boyd has covered it well, and I know that Mr. Robertson will continue to go forward with the rest of the agreement. But Marshall has hit a portion of it, and I think Mr. Robertson can continue with the rest of that at this time.
Thank you. And Mr. Bradley, there will be a, I don't know if you call it a consent agreement or a settlement document that will specify the terms of this, so that it will be codified, not codified, but on the record, correct?
Yes, there'll be some sort of a memorandum of understanding assigned by the parties. Yes, sir.
Okay. Also, part of the settlement agreement is I noticed at the last meeting, several aldermen had questions about how we counted misses. When a whole street is missed, Mr. Boyd said, according to the contract, only the person that calls in and reports a complaint is counted as a miss, even though there may be 50 people on a street, the whole street. A lot of those people did not call in to the city. So the company agreed today, and Mr. Dolan, you chime in if I mischaracterize your agreement, but as part of the settlement agreement, the company has agreed to liberally interpret the definition of complaints to include, if whole streets are missed, that everyone on that street that's missed will count as a complaint. So if we have problems in the future, if whole streets are missed, our complaint numbers will more accurately reflect the actual number of misses. And the company did not have to agree to that, but they have agreed to that because they realize our concern that we want accurate numbers. The company also has agreed to report to the city going forward that when they do miss a whole street, that they will report to Public Works Department the aggregate number that's on that street that they have missed, not just that we missed Wessington Place Road, or we missed whatever road in Hendersonville, but they will also give us an estimate, a good hard estimate of the number, which at that time, Mr. Boyd can report to us so that we have more accurate numbers of the number of misses. So those were also included in the settlement. Did I mischaracterize anything, Mr. Dolan?
No, sir. Like we spoke, I have no intention of missing streets, but we're certainly here to work back and forth with you guys to keep, to communicate exactly what service levels are being provided.
Okay. So with that, Mayor and Board, I'll turn it over to questions regarding the enforcement action that staff has recommended and legal counsel has recommended, and that the committee also recommends to accept.
Okay. Alderman Robertson, at some point we'll need to come back to the motion and the recommendation is made by the committee, but we'll go to Alderman Waters.
Am I in?
You are.
Okay. Tim, so good to see you again this evening. I appreciate the meeting this morning. I think we discussed, which was dear to my heart, about the portion in the contract when it comes to elderly people, people with disability, veterans. And I think I shared with you and the committee this morning how one of them has really been affected by this. Would you share with the board about how we discussed it this morning, about what you're going to do as far as the back door? When the trash can is at the back door, in one occasion, I think I told you this morning, they left it out on the street, continuously, not just today, but out on the street upside down. And this one particular gentleman has Parkinson's disease. And, it's something that we all, I'm sure I'm not the only ward that's got people in their wards that's like this, but we've got to protect them and work with them. So would you mind sharing with the board what we talked about this morning, what you're going to do to take care of it? Thank you.
Yes, sir. So that's to my point earlier, we talk about having somebody out on the street and with the hot list. So we would add those folks to the hot list, so to speak. And when the supervisor is driving his routes, the first step of that is you have the driver call it in that they've taken care of the issue. If it's been a repeat issue in the past, then that supervisor is going to take a ride by that house and make sure. And if that cart's out by the side of the road, we'll take it back behind the house. And to the point that I made earlier, we'll address those items with the drivers and the helpers, and they're either going to do what they're supposed to do, or we'll find somebody else who will. But it's all about the second set of eyes to really make sure these things are happening.
That's right, Tim. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Waters. Anybody else on this item before I go back to Alderman Robertson? Alderman Robertson.
The last item that we discussed were the dumpsters. At the present time, we have 2 dumpsters in the city that are available for residents if their garbage is missed. I don't believe that they're going to be the kind of misses that we've seen in the past, but Marshall, would you give a report on the dumpster so that we can know how we're headed in that direction?
Yes, and I don't anticipate having to have those for a long period of time, but we do have a dumpster on Freehold Road by the new fire station in front of the road department. And we also have one in Volunteer Park. We are in the process tomorrow. We plan to move the dumpster in Volunteer Park to the parking lot at Country Hills Golf Course. We hope to have that done tomorrow, but we're going to coordinate and get that scheduled tomorrow with Waste Pro. And get on. But again, we don't anticipate having those dumpsters more than a few weeks, and we're going to check and see if they're even being used at this point. And if we see they're not being used, then we'll just go ahead and remove them altogether.
Thank you. And with that, throw the floor open to see if there's any questions to Marshall on the dumpster issue.
Robertson, I don't see any.
Okay, then I'll make a motion on the first matter, and I'll bifurcate these issues where each of them is handled differently, separately. So the first motion, and first of all, I want to thank Alderman Peterson. He was a great help today, and we struggled and muddled through Chairman Skidmore, missing you, but thank you, Alderman Peterson. You were a great asset today, and we made great progress, and thanks for your contribution to that. So I will make a motion that we accept the company's two-prong or two-phase service improvement plan as described by Mr. Dolan and the staff, which will be followed up and provided to each of you a copy. So with that, I make a motion that we approve that plan.
Second.
We have a motion from Alderman Robertson, a second, I believe, from Alderman Waters. Was it Alderman Peterson?
That's close enough.
That's close enough. Go ahead. We do favor.
I was
Yes,
typing
sir.
as I heard that. Y'all sound alike. So Alderman Brown, you had your blue hand up.
Yeah, I'm a little late getting my blue hand up. I just wanted to state to Mr. Dolan and everybody that worked on that, well, especially Mr. Dolan, that I was kind of harder on you last week saying you didn't have any answers to any questions and you'd make a great politician. I still think probably that's true, but you've come up with some answers this morning, you and your team, that right now makes trash palletize a little better. I don't know if that's a good word or not, but I don't really understand why it took 18 months to get where we're at tonight. I hope it doesn't take but a few days to continue on the pattern that I saw come down my street yesterday and up through Ward 4 and what has went on the last couple of days. I commend you for that. I agree with Ms. Dixon that I had some folks actually call and compliment that things got done, and these were people that normally get missed. So I just hope we don't get back here again. Thanks a bunch. Thanks, Mayor.
Alderman Brown, thank you. Any other discussion on this motion that we have on the floor concerning the two-pronged service improvement plan? All those in favor of accepting this, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye.
and Clary.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you, Annette. That passed unanimously. Alderman Robertson.
The second motion that I would move is that we accept legal counsel and the staff's settlement with the company in the amount that they explained. I think it was like $10,600 and some dollars, but the record reflect whatever Mr. Marshall had stated. That we accept that with the understanding that the Public Works Committee will continue to monitor this situation closely and bring back to you any additional action that we may need to take in the future. And with that, I so move.
We have a motion.
Second.
And a second for Alderman Petrelli. Marshall, can you tell us what that number is? 10,000?
10,678.
678. Thank you, Marshall. Thank you, Lee. So with a penalty of $10,678, Alderman Robertson and Alderman Petrelli, I assume that your motion also includes the same amount being held in abeyance.
Correct.
Okay. Alderman Petrelli, do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any discussion on this item? All those in favor of this motion to accept the negotiated penalty, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please signify by saying no when Annette calls your name.
Mayor, point of clarification, I believe the actual number is 10,687
Okay.
instead of 10,678.
Tim, we're going to turn to you.
I think we just inverted the.
You're right. You're right.
Okay.
That's, yeah, 687.
Thank you, Annette. Appreciate that.
687.
Good catch.
There we go. Thank you, Annette. Go ahead.
Okay, Brown,
Yes.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye.
and Clary.
Aye.
That passed unanimously.
Thank you, Annette. That passed unanimously. Alderman Robertson.
That concludes the Public Works Committee's report. Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate that. Thank Public Works Committee. Thank you for your work on that.
Good job. Good job.
Next on the agenda, we have so we've gone an hour and a half here. I do feel at some point, probably the next 20 or 30 minutes, we're going to need to take a break. And Annette, how do you feel? You want to keep going? Tina, please weigh in.
We can go a little longer.
Okay, so here's what I'll do. After committee reports, without objection, we'll take a break. We will not vote on something. What we'll do is I will just sit right here and I won't call on anybody. And I'll let everybody go take a break, and we'll make it 5 minutes where we are technically still in the meeting, but I won't call anybody and I won't take any motions during that time. So after we finish committee reports, we'll do that. Finance Committee, Chairman Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. We had our special call finance meeting tonight to discuss, just for discussion purposes only, the bids that came in for our capital outlay note. 3 bids came in, one from BB&T Bank, one from Regions, and one from the Tennessee Municipal Bond Fund. BB&T Bank was one that that our finance director will be recommending. The rate came in at 1.65%.
Ooh, good gracious.
Which is almost half of what prime is right now. Prime is at 3.25%. So
hallelujah.
it's a very, very attractive rate. And so that'll be coming before us in 2 weeks. We also discussed briefly the refinancing of our current debt that we have, and Robert has been working on that right now. What is going to happen is that an RFP will be prepared, and we will have the advice of a financial advisor for that. So I'm sorry, not an RFP, RFQ. Sorry, got mixed up there. That we'll be able to save some additional money on that, because our rate, the rates right now are still very, very low. And they're competing for our business because it's very attractive right now. So anyway, that's where we stand, and that's the end of my report. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Chairman Cunningham. Chairman Brown, General Committee.
Thank you, Mayor. We met tonight. We approved our November 10th, 2020 General Committee meeting minutes, our December 15th, 2020 Special General Committee meeting minutes. We also approved Ordinance 2021, which is an ordinance rezoning the property located on the east side of Calendar Lane, north side of East Main Street. It's the 1 acre there that we had discussed about a Firestone store, I think probably about 18 months ago. That was recommended to come to the board with a 2-to-1 recommendation, looking at putting a Popeyes fried chicken store there. So then we approved Ordinance 2020-53, an ordinance creating the position of Chief Operations Officer and setting forth qualifications, duties, and salaries for that position. We voted as a committee to send that to the board tonight, which is before you, with no recommendation, because we will have lots of discussion here in just a few minutes. We also passed Resolution 2021-01, an extreme quick time but Chris Taylor will explain that at our next meeting. This is a resolution adopting and revising our drug and alcohol policy for the city. It only makes us better than what we could even think about being. It will also save us considerably amount of money on our work comp insurance, and it will cost us very little to implement. So that will be before you in 2 weeks also. Thank you, Mayor. That's my report.
Chairman Brown, thank you. Public Safety Committee, Chairman Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had our meeting tonight. We discussed the LPR cameras. The one there at exit 3 here in Hendersonville has been taken out due to a traffic accident. And unfortunately, the person who hit the pole did not have insurance, but our insurance provider, Public Entity Partners, has agreed to cover the cost of replacing that light fixture for us, so the LPR cameras, and with our $250 deductible, which is a great thing for us, because we're talking, $50,000 to $60,000 for those camera arrays there that were taken out. And they're also going to be working with our Public Works Department. I think Marshall and the department for working with the public safety crews to relocate the telephone poles and the fixtures that will be used to put the cameras back in action there at exit 3, because they are a great asset for our city on protecting us there. And also, we had resolution 2021-2, surplus property that the police department was auctioning off, and wanted to utilize those funds. The proceeds total from a totaled out police car, we got $18,825.59. And then from our surplus auction, we got $19,529.20. They would like to use those funds to replace a car for the CID division, and then use some of the other funds for another vehicle at a later time. So they want to put that money off to the side for right now. Then also we had resolution 2021-03 from Chief Bush, and that one was for turnout gear. So we could take our 10-year-old turnout gear and donate it to a fellow volunteer fire department for additional use. Our rules say that after every 10 years, we have to replace our turnout gear. We have 18 pieces of gear, I believe it is, that we will be donating to another volunteer fire department. And that is my report, sir. Thank you.
Chairman Campbell, thank you. Chairman Skidmore, Public Works Committee.
Thank you. We had our Public Works Committee earlier today. And so you all know the results of it, and just thank the board, and anything that we can ever do to help each and every one of you, always feel free to call us. We are scheduled to meet, I believe, on January 27th. And let's hope for another good meeting for you guys. Anybody needs any help, call us. Thank you, Mayor.
Chairman Skidmore, thank you. Alderman Peterson, Planning Commission.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We had a great meeting with Director Free, and we approved the Meadows of Indian Lake Phase 3A, and we also elected new officers. I didn't know if I needed to mention who our planning committee officers are, but
I think it'd be good.
David Jenkins is our chairman, and Key Bryant McCormick, vice chair, secretary Charles Lee, and our assistant secretary is Darlene Stringfeld, fellow. And great meeting. Appreciate all the work from Keith Free, and that's our minutes. Thank you.
Alderman Peterson, thank you for that. City Administrator Dave Lamar.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things. Alderman Robeson, you asked me to report back on the hybrid situation. I think you got a great taste of that today. The hybrid situation is workable, doable. Mary Beth, Jason, Tina, that IT group has hit it out of the park, and looks like they're able to do the hybrid. So it'll be up to the board to vote on whether they do the hybrid or do in person or stay Zoom. So I'm going to leave that up to the board, but I just want to let you know that Alderman Robeson report back to you and the board that it worked out great, and those guys did a bang up job, and it worked out well. Trash, we've already talked about the trash. COVID issues and staffing. Still working with some skeleton crews and people working remotely and swapping days and things like that. That's working out well. Along with that, HR and myself have extended the carryover for vacation. Usually has to be used by the end of the year, but with the COVID the way it was, we thought it best for the employees' protection to carry their vacation over a couple more months, and so they could utilize that up until March 31st. So that's just one of those things that the COVID's caused extra time to be available because of the situation. So planning department, they're working on a project, Make It Brighter initiative. Keith Free and his staff doing a great job going around the parking lots around the city at night, identifying lights that are out, poles that are out for the safety of the citizens. And that's a great project, Keith, and I appreciate you guys doing that. Parks Department, a lot of things going on there. 1,000 kids playing basketball. Hopefully the COVID won't affect that, but right now they're moving on with that. RFQ has been posted for the Parks Master Plan. It's due back on the 28th. Also received bid documents for the inline hockey project. That's moving along. And the AT&T's in the final stages of connection at the cell tower. Operational by spring, which is just around the corner. So a lot of good things happening with staff. And again, they're doing a great job, and I appreciate them. Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate that, Dave. Our committee reports are a little bit different than our report from our planning commissioner and for our city administrator. Committee reports are the opportunity for those committees to provide information to us. With the other two, we have the opportunity to ask questions of the people who are providing those reports. Alderman Robertson.
Yes, I have a question for Mr. Lamar, and it would probably be better answered by Chief Bush. I don't know if he's on the call or not.
Yes, sir, he is.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay. I heard some good news today that the CDC has lowered the age of people that would qualify for the COVID-19 vaccine to 65. And I would like to know, if we have heard that information, to give citizens an update. And Mr. Lamar, I would also hope that we could put current information on the city's website. I'm over 65 and I'm anxious to get that vaccine. So I would just like to ask the staff or Chief Bush if y'all have heard anything about that announcement today.
No, sir, I have not. Typically that comes from the county level, from the EMA director. He's in close contact with the health department director. And I have not heard that, but I can certainly check on that tomorrow and report back to you all via email if you want that information, and see if he is aware of that.
I would appreciate it. And Mr. Marb, let me echo my accolades for the IT department. The hybrid Zoom worked excellent today. There was no feedback, and the staff that worked that is to be commended. And thanks to IT department for working that out. Now it's up, I guess, Mayor, to the board and you, whether we exercise or utilize it, but it worked great today. Thank you. That's all.
Appreciate that. Any other questions for our interim city administrator? Okay, the next item on our agenda is actually item G. I'm just going to let the clock run for about another 5 minutes. We don't need to take a vote to take a break. Just go ahead and take a 5-minute break here, and we'll return in 5 minutes as if nothing happened. I won't entertain any motions or any comments for the next 5 minutes. Thank y'all. Tina, are you with us?
Yes, sir. Ready to go.
Thank you. Annette, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Sorry.
Okay. Alderman Robertson, Alderman Campbell, are you with us?
Yes, I am, sir.
Thank you. Here we go.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
It's a lot easier when we all line up on the top rows than having to look everywhere. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So, I believe we have everybody. Again, there are some people in the waiting room, and I encourage y'all to stay there. We're going to ask you to join us later on when we suspend the rules for a couple items that are going to come up later on. Appreciate y'all waiting in the waiting room. It just makes things so much easier when we have fewer people in front of us to pay attention to. The next item we have on the agenda is item G. This is first reading of ordinance 2020-53, an ordinance creating the position of Chief of Operations and setting forth qualifications, duties, and salary of the position. Alderman Robertson.
Thank you, Mayor and Board. I have a brief statement to make, and then I have a PowerPoint presentation that Alderman Dixon asked me to prepare.
Can you still move first, and we'll get a second?
Oh, I'm sorry. So I move approval.
Okay, we have a motion for item G and a second from Alderman Waters. We think you said a second.
I did. I said second.
Okay, we have a proper motion, a second for Alderman Robertson, Alderman Waters. Alderman Robertson.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of BOMA, first I want to congratulate you on what the community has described as a dawn of a new day for our board. One of cordiality and respect with less rancor and divisiveness. We will often have disagreements on policy, but those differences should not divide us, for we have far more in common than there is that can divide us. We will not all agree, I expect, on this ordinance tonight, but I pledge our disagreement on this issue will not prevent me from working with you in the future on other issues. Those that love this city may not always see eye to eye on how to move forward. One feature of effective legislative bodies that I have observed is the ability to give and take or compromise on contentious issues. I am a firm believer in the art of compromise and believe effective governance is not possible without it. Former Vermont Governor Madeleine Kunin stated that compromise, and I quote, compromise contrary to popular opinion does not mean selling out one's principles. Compromise, she states, means working out differences to forge a solution which fits the diversity of the body politic. Since being elected to this board 2 short years ago, I don't believe there's been a more contentious issue as when the board removed certain powers from the duly elected mayor and invested those powers in the appointed city administrator. The level of public opposition to this move manifested itself, I believe, acutely in the last election. The people spoke on November the 3rd. Article 1, Section 1 of our state constitution defines the source of all government power by stating, all power is inherent in the people. This bedrock principle in constitutional democracy is explained by the maxim that government requires the consent of the governed. I contend that the move to the city administrator, for whatever reasons, has failed to achieve the consent of the governed in this city. Tonight, I cast my lot on trying to be part of the solution. I bring up for your thoughtful consideration an ordinance that addresses the future governance of our city that will hopefully remove the bone of contention surrounding the mayor versus the city administrator. This ordinance, I believe, represents a compromise that would authorize the creation of the position of a professional chief of operations that would report to the city's chief executive officer, the mayor. Now, let me state under either model, what we have now and what I'm proposing, the city's day-to-day operations will still be managed by a professional, experienced administrator. All of us would, I believe, attest to the fact that our city has grown to necessitate the need for professional management. The city, as it was under our first mayor, Dink Newman, has evolved to one now with an annual budget of almost $60 million. The fundamental difference between the current CA and what I am proposing is what I would deem as accountability. The existing CA is under the supervision of 13 legislative members of this board. I have always contended that this accountability by committee method as problematic and clumsy. I believe our recent attempt to publicly negotiate and hire Ms. Davis from Jackson, Mississippi as our CA makes my point. I believe the process was dysfunctional and the public took notice. My proposal would place the proposed chief of operations under the supervision of the only citywide elected official, the mayor, with, and this is important, with certain checks and balances by this board. This person would not merely be a mayoral assistant, but a highly trained professional that will oversee the staff's day-to-day operations and work cooperatively with this board. This more singular and direct line of supervision, I believe, has the potential of improving efficiency, economy, and accountability. And perhaps more importantly, is likely to achieve the consent of the governed. An example of my model that I've used in my drafting this legislation is the FBI director. As you know, the FBI director is appointed by the nationwide elected president and then confirmed by the Senate, after which the director is allowed to run the bureau without interference from the president. This is the way I envision the chief of operations working. I do want to personally thank Mayor Clary for compromising, and he has compromised quite a bit, I believe, on this proposal, and for him publicly agreeing to support this ordinance. Now, as the request of Alderman Dixon, I have done a comparison of the existing CA ordinance and my proposed ordinance. Tina, would you please share that screen, the first slide on that screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And while she's doing that, let me state that in my policy analysis of this, I have tried to be objective, but I will candidly admit that I am biased because this is my legislation. But be that as it may, I've tried my best to look at this policy analysis in an objective comparison analysis. So let's look at the chief of operations, what I call the COO, versus the city administrator. First of all, I want to talk about the differences. The first is the selection. That's the biggest, I would think, difference. The selection will come from the mayor with confirmation by the board, similar to what the FBI does. The board will have a right, if it feels that the mayor is submitting someone that is not qualified, of turning down that recommendation, just as the Senate has that power. Under the present form, the city administrator is selected by 13 different board members. Next is reporting. This position will report to the mayor. That accountability is singular and focused. The reporting under the city administrator is to 13 different people. The salary range, I would expect and hope, will be under $100,000, with limited benefits. I don't see there is a need for a car for this position because this position is mainly going to be working at City Hall, coordinating with the department heads and working out the will of this board. On the contrary, the salary range approved by the ad hoc committee recommended, and this board approved, a salary range of between $130,000 and $150,000 plus what I would consider hefty benefits and a city provided car. The next is this position will assist the mayor in submitting a proposed budget to the board. So our elected mayor will be responsible, just as the president does, will be responsible for submitting a board or submitting a budget, an annual budget to the board. And first, as you know, it will go to the finance committee, and then the finance committee will bring its recommendation of the mayor's budget to us. Under the present city administrator, the city administrator prepares a proposed annual budget to the board. And really, there's no role as specified in the ordinance that I have seen for the city administrator, for the mayor, other than being one single vote on the BOMA board. Next is what kind of qualifications are we requiring? One of the continuing education requirements that I have found that I think is very applicable is a 2-year requirement that they achieve a certified public manager through the NAFI Institute at the University of Tennessee. Now, I've got all kinds of information on this. I have talked to a couple of people at the NAFI Center and can explain to you, but this is a very intense program of 300 hours that will help this person better understand and train this person on the duties and responsibilities of this position. Under the city administrator, I can see the only requirement is that the continuing education requirement, that is that they be a ICMA manager within 2 years. Next slide, please. Next, and this is a significant difference. I have felt when we were considering the city administrator that it really wasn't fair to local candidates to rule them out. Our city has a number of remarkable people. Many of them are retired CEOs and CFOs of large organizations that may be interested in this position. The city administrator said no local qualified candidates may be considered. In other words, need not apply. I've opened it up because I want the greatest maximum pool of applicants that the mayor can consider. So there is no disqualification for residents of Sumner County or Hendersonville on applying for this position. Next, the mayor makes recommendations on filling the COO position. That's making recommendations to BOMA, to us. The city administrator, as you're aware of, the board appointed a committee that made recommendations on the top, I believe, 2 or 3 candidates. Next is under my proposal, there is no union membership requirement. Under the city administrator position, this position must be a member of the International City Management Association, which is a national union. There is no requirement under my ordinance that this person be a member of that organization. Next is the education requirements. I have stated that a relevant bachelor's degree is required, with a graduate degree is preferred. Under the city administrator, an MBA is required. And let me explain to you why I did not feel requiring an MBA is as important. First of all, I believe in education. I have both an undergraduate, a master's, and a PhD degree, but I have learned in my many years of life that wisdom doesn't come necessarily from a degree or letters after your name. And I'd like to point to you to two different people. I think the two best mayors this state has possibly ever had. And neither of them had a master's degree. They had a bachelor's degree, and that was Phil Bredesen of Nashville and Bob Corker of Chattanooga. Neither one of them had a master's. As you know, Governor Bredesen, or Mayor Bredesen, and then later governor, had a degree, I believe, in chemistry from Harvard, but he knew how to run a business. So I do think that graduate degrees are important, and the mayor should give them extra consideration. But if he finds a Bob Corker or a Phil Bredesen, I would hate to make, well, you don't have an MBA, so you need not apply. Next is accountability. The accountability is to a citywide elected mayor. The accountability under the city administrator is to 13 different members of the board. Next slide, please. The next is the dismissal. The dismissal is only by the mayor with certain appeal rights to the board as it is presently drafted. I understand there may be an amendment tonight, but at the present time, that is the way. So if the mayor determined that this person wasn't working out, he could dismiss the person. The person would then have an appeal right to the board. Under the city administrator, the dismissal can only happen with 7 votes of the board. The next is, under my proposal, there would be no long-term employee contract. It would be what I call an executive service or an at-will employee. Folks, I worked 36 years with the state under that designation. The cabinet members of the governor works under that designation. And so I don't see there's a need. I just think that a long-term employment contract puts the city at potential risk that I don't want to put the city. With my fiduciary responsibility to the city, I don't believe that we need to put that burden that the city administrator does. The city administrator calls for a multi-year contract to be negotiated by 13 members of the board. Next is the experience. And again, that's 5 years experience in either the private sector or government leadership or supervision experience is required for my position. The city administrator says 10 years experience, but 5 years experience in leadership at the local government level. And again, the reason I say that, what if we have a colonel, let's say in the Army, or a colonel in the Air Force or in the Marines that has retired and has experience in leading a brigade and understands the issues of leadership and team building. If we're not careful, we could exclude that person from the pool. So what I've tried to do, I've tried to give, with some parameters, but as much flexibility to the mayor and to appoint someone that fits the model that would be an excellent COO. Next slide, please. Now, there are many similarities. Let's talk about them. First of all, it maintains professional management of the city staff. So the way that I have worded this ordinance is that there is a smooth, seamless transfer of duties and responsibilities. So the interim city administrator will stay on until the appointment and the filling of the job by this COO. So there's a smooth transition. Both will manage the day-to-day operations of the city. Both will supervise, manage, and discipline department heads subject to the provisions of board-approved personnel rules and ordinance 1988-6. And all of you, I believe, know what that. I included it in my packet of information. That gives department heads the opportunity to appeal to the board if this COO disciplines them or dismisses them. So they would still maintain that level of appeal rights. This both positions would act as city purchasing supervisor. They're the last eyes that see purchasing before it goes to the mayor for approval. They would make recommendations. They both make recommendations to the mayor and the board on filling of department head vacancies. They both respond, are required to respond to the board on request for information. So if the finance committee, if the general committee, if public works committee makes a request, this position is required to make sure that request is fulfilled by the staff. Next, both of them are required to coordinate efficient and effective operations of city services and make necessary recommendations for such to the mayor and to the board. Both are exempt employees. Both I consider professional and experienced managers. And finally, they would provide to the board information on operations to the board as requested. So there are a lot of similarities between, and it's mainly the management of the staff. Next slide, please. I'm not going to go over this, but it is available if you would like to see. This is a description of the CPM designation of the that I'm requiring. And an interesting thing in my discussion today, there is a continuing education requirement in this. They are required to complete 16 hours every 2 years of continuing education requirements. This position is a 300 hours with a 12-month time period. So it is a very extensive training. The good thing about it is this training is not only done in Knoxville, but it's done in each of the 3 grand divisions. So there is also a training in Nashville. So, and you can get more information about this training at the bottom. Okay, my last thing I wanted to talk about, thank you, Tina, is there were some changes today, some last minute changes. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here it is, a red line version. And I hope that all of you saw that red line version. Mr. Bradley came up to me approximately I think it was around 1:30 today, and said, Eddie said that I think there is some cleaning up of your ordinance that needs to be done. There's some, it's a little vague in some areas, and he knew that what my intent of this legislation was. So he offered some suggested language. So all of the language that was put in the red line version was directly from our city attorney, and I assume to clear up any vagueness and to also make sure that it was legal in proper legal form. So the main differences in the red line version, and Mr. Bradley can also answer your questions if you have them, is he believed that there needed to be two changes. One is in section 1, where it talks about upon taking effect. He added that phrase at the beginning of that, and then in the last in section 4, paragraph 2, he made the change, those changes. Now, so I can answer any, but most of the other changes were errors that I made, typo errors that I didn't capitalize this, or I misspelled the word here, and so I thank you, Mr. Bradley, for catching that and make sure that the document is in good form. I will say, and I don't know, Chairman Brown, if you want to make this, inform the board of the amendment that your committee adopted. I think I'll leave it up to you to explain that amendment, if that's okay, Mayor. And I have no objections, because I think that amendment is consistent with the spirit of the ordinance that I'm proposing. So, Chairman Brown, would you like to explain that?
I would, but I'm going to defer to Mr. Bradley to explain what we added in there and exactly where we added it.
Let me do this first, though. Is Alderman Collins had her hand up? I feel like we should go to her.
Okay.
And do that. But, and I also need to just clarify a little bit. What we're considering is what was emailed to you a little while ago. So if anybody does not have that or needs that, we sort of need to know that now. That's what we're considering. That's what's on the floor at this point. And it was a lot easier to email you that and consider that from the very beginning than to show page by page on the screen. Obviously, it'd be a lot easier if we were all together and we could have just handed it out. But what we're considering is what was emailed out to you a couple hours ago. So Alderman Collins.
Actually, I'd be better served after.
Okay, that's fine. So Alderman Brown, go ahead, and I think you're going to pass it over to our city attorney.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Mayor.
On section 4 in the ordinance, subsection 2 under section 4, the committee added language at the end of that. I'll read it the way it went out today, and then I'll add the language. This was one of the sections that changed slightly today. It currently reads, in what was sent out this afternoon, the position of interim city administrator with all its current duties will remain in place until the board confirms a candidate for the position of chief of operations. And what the committee added was one more phrase, and that candidate has begun employment with the city. The idea being that the interim CA would stay in place until the chief of operations has taken office and begun to assume his or her responsibilities. So that was the one minor amendment that was made in the general committee. And that was the only change made at that committee.
Alderman Brown, do you want to make that motion?
I do. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, we have a motion.
I'll second it.
Alderman Hayes makes a second there. I want to speak on this really quickly. And I appreciate Alderman Robertson's understanding of my my willingness to compromise. I don't like this. I don't like this addition at all. I don't even like section 2. What's happened here is that we have started on a path to put the hands of the city operations back, put the city operations back in the hands of the mayor. And this subsection is essentially delaying the deadline to eliminate the city administrator position. If the board doesn't agree on my nominee, we're still going to have a city administrator past March. If the board can continue to say no to my nominees, and we will continue to have a city administrator. My intention is that we would have a city administrator before the end of March. And the reason I say the end of March is because that's currently what the resolution is with our agreement with Dave Lamar. If I agree to this, and if this passes, it means that really the board has an incentive, people who want a city administrator, to say no to my nominations for COO. That is a huge jump for me, because if it passes with this ordinance in there and the board chooses not to agree to my nominee for COO, we could have a city administrator as long as the board continues to disagree. That is very hard for me to swallow. We went from an idea to eliminate the city administrator with the current city administrator's agreement to the end of March. Passing this with this amendment says that we could have a city administrator far past March. I have a real hard time with that, but I'll vote for this. I have a real hard time with that. I'm giving the board the opportunity to say no to my nominee as incentive to continue to have a city administrator. I'm giving the board more license and more freedom to continue the situation with the city administrator. By passing it with this amendment, that's what that does. I hope the board will understand that my intention is to have a COO in place very quickly, and I hope the board will go along with that nomination. I hope the board will not take the opportunity to extend having a city administrator. I hope you won't do that. If it passes with this new language in there, the board will have a greater opportunity to extend the life of the city administrator. Please don't do that. I don't like item 2. I certainly don't like the amendment. But I'm going to go with it. Because I think that's what our city needs, and I think that's what we need to go forward.
Mayor,
All right.
do I still have the floor since I gave it to Mr. Bradley and you took it and kind of?
You make a good point. Go ahead.
Okay. Just to a point of what we discussed this afternoon, Mr. Robertson sent this out, I think, a couple of weeks ago for all of us to look at, and we have and perused it. And quite frankly, I will tell you, I don't like everything in it myself, as well as you don't like everything else in it. And I think I could probably speak for everybody on this page that there's no perfect document. I think most of us realize that we've come past a point now that we're not going to have a city administrator just because we're not going to have one. And that's the way the ebbs and flows of business goes. Mr. Robertson has put a plan on the floor. We've asked, and I think there's probably going to be 2 or 3 more amendments thrown out there. I actually have 1 or 2 myself that are not earth shaking, but I think they will tighten it up a little bit personally for me and some other folks, but it really doesn't have anything line that we're talking about. I can assure you that if, from my point of view, if there's a qualified candidate that is vetted correctly and brought to this board, I will be one of the first ones to vote to put that person on board. If I don't think that person's the right person, I'll express why and tell you that why. I didn't know that Mr. Hayes was going to offer this amendment. I'm glad he did, because I think it is a good amendment. It kind of makes everybody move a little quicker maybe and holds their feet a little bit closer to the fire. That would be you and me and everybody included here. So I appreciate you going along with it, because I think we're going to go along with some stuff we don't totally agree with.
Good.
But it is what it is. So it's called, I think Eddie said it a while ago, compromise. I don't remember the exact definition of it, but I think that's what we're trying to do here. And we're all struggling to the end to get it done. So thanks, Mayor.
Alderman Brown, thank you. Alderman Collins, do you want to speak now?
Sure. I have a couple questions that are a little bit more minutia.
Okay.
On section 3, number 5.
Ah, shoot. Hold on. We need to stick to this amendment. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I should wait.
Okay. Okay. I will keep you in the queue there. Alderman Cunningham on the amendment. Okay, no. Alderman
But keep my hand up.
Okay, I will do that. Alderman Edwards on the amendment.
Not on this amendment.
Okay, Alderman Hayes on the amendment.
Yes, Mayor, I'm just wondering if we could put a time frame on there, if that would make you feel more comfortable. I can tell you that I want to hire your choice and your person.
How about end of
and
March?
I'd like it to be before March as well.
Okay. How about end of March?
Why don't we do this, say, by the end of the March, and then we'll check up and let the board, you'll still have at least 7 votes who would either try to hire that person or extend it, give us a little more time. I'd be okay with by the end of March. And then if we're unable to come up with a person at that point, put another 30 days on the table.
Seems
I know
reasonable.
that I want to work with you is what I'm saying.
That seems reasonable. Alderman Brown, how do we fit that in there?
Or really, Mr. Bradley, probably.
That's a Mr. Bradley question again.
John, how do we fit that in there?
Well, instead of saying, and that candidate has begun employment with the city, after that, you would put a semicolon and say, in no event shall this time period be later than March 31st, 2021, unless this time is extended by resolution of the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Something like that.
Alderman Brown, do you agree with that?
I'm good with it.
Okay. Who seconded Alderman Brown's motion? Alderman Hayes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Alderman Hayes, obviously you're good with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Annette, have you got the wording on that? I'll come back to you just a second, Alderman Cunningham. Annette, do you have the wording on that?
Yes, except the very last part about the resolution. I say I've got, in no event shall this time period extend beyond March 31st, 2021. I need the last part.
Unless such time is amended by resolution, unless such time is extended by resolution of the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. That way, if for some reason you haven't been able to fill the position by March 31st, 7 votes could, add it a couple of weeks or a month or whatever.
Okay, I got
Annette,
it.
are you good? Okay.
I'm good.
Alderman Hayes, anything else?
No, sir.
Okay. Alderman Cunningham.
I was just going to suggest to put a number of days versus a date, but that's fine.
Okay.
I
Appreciate
think
it,
we
Alderman
covered
Cunningham.
both.
I still have your hand up and I'll come back to you here in a few minutes. Alderman Waters. Oh, Alderman Waters, you're muted. And Russ, I'll come to you next.
Okay.
No, I'm okay.
Okay. Alderman Edwards.
I'm okay.
Oh, Alderman Waters. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's all right.
Okay.
Now, am I right in assuming that the conversation has been based on section 4, item number 2? Is that right?
Yes.
Please tell me the difference than the way Alderman Robertson has got this worded than what Attorney and Alderman Brown has been discussing. I don't see a bit of difference in the wording. Other than
That might be an Alderman Robertson question.
It's my question.
I guess it just crosses the T a little more than maybe I did. And again, I think it's consistent with the intent of what I was hoping. So I would encourage everyone to vote for the amendment. I don't think it harms, and especially with this new language that Mr. Hayes has agreed to and the mayor has agreed to, that I hope that actually it doesn't take mayor until the end of March. I hope you can find somebody before then.
I agree.
But so did I answer your question, Mr. Waters?
No, but that's okay. You wrote this and it's great. I love it. But I'm just reading it, and I don't know the conversation you and the attorney had, but what you've got here is, to me, is exactly what Attorney Bradley and Brown are saying. They're just adding a little bit more to it. So, are you in agreement with that? I mean,
yeah. I always enjoy 2 scoops of ice cream on
well, okay.
So we're actually just putting another scoop of ice cream on.
Okay. I follow your ice cream. That's okay. I like chocolate, but I'm getting back to what it says here, that you took time and patience and wrote it, and what they're saying. I can't see any difference. Thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Waters, I appreciate that. And Alderman Robertson, I appreciate acknowledging. I'm okay with this. I'm going to vote for it. I like the additional clarification that we just added to it with the help of Alderman Hayes. So, Alderman Edwards.
I was going to suggest, maybe y'all are more optimistic than me. I don't know how we would get somebody hired by the end of March, considering this is the first reading. And I was going to suggest April, but I'll just, never mind. I'll just go along with the end of March.
Okay, appreciate that, Alderman Edwards. Alderman Campbell.
Not on this amendment. I'd like to make another amendment when this one's voted on. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else on this amendment? I've got Alderman Collins, Cunningham, and Campbell with their hands up. It doesn't seem like you want to discuss this amendment any longer. Annette, can you read the proposed amendment for us again?
Yes. The motion to amend ordinance 2020-53, section 4, subsection 2, adding the language, and that candidate has begun employment with the city. In no event shall this time period extend beyond March 31st of 2021 unless such time is extended by the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
I appreciate that. All those in favor of this amendment, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name. And Annette, I'm fine voting first on that.
Okay, Clary,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters.
Aye.
The vote was unanimous.
And thank you. We have a unanimous vote on that. Alderman Edwards.
Back on the main motion.
Yes.
Okay, this is kind of a technical issue. If you look at section 3, paragraph 9, the third sentence where it says the management review ordinance 1988-6 is hereby amended to provide coverage for all current department heads. I suggest we add the words current and future department heads, because as the ordinance was written in 1988, there were different titles of department heads then as now. So just to clear up any confusion, current and future department heads. That would be my motion.
Okay, we have a motion from Alderman Edwards.
Second.
And a second from Alderman Waters. You seem to be the loudest on that, so that's why I hear your voice, I think.
Thank you.
Any discussion on that? I've got Alderman Collins, Cunningham, and Campbell with your hands illuminated there. So Annette, what we're doing here is under item 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines down for all current and future department heads. Is that adequate explanation, Alderman Edwards?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate that. We have a proper motion, a second. All those in favor of this amendment, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name.
Clary,
Aye.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
and Waters.
Aye.
It is unanimous.
Thank you, Annette. That passes unanimously. Alderman Edwards.
Yeah, I have another proposed amendment. The more I think about this, if you look at section 2, paragraph 10, after having time to think about this, I would make a motion to completely remove that. As it reads now, the chief of operations may appeal his or her dismissal or discipline by the mayor to the board. A majority vote by the board is required to overturn the dismissal or discipline by the mayor. The more I think about this, I just don't know. I would just move to remove that portion, because if the mayor wants to fire his chief of operations, I don't know if the board should force that person on the mayor. The way this is drafted, the spirit of this is that this would assist the mayor. So ostensibly the mayor should work closely with the chief of operations. And if he wants to discipline this person, why should we overturn that? So I think the mayor should be free to discipline or terminate this chief of operations. So that would be my motion, is to completely just remove that paragraph.
We have a motion. We have a motion, a second, to remove item 10 under section 2. I see Alderman Collins, Alderman Cunningham, Alderman Campbell, Alderman Brown, Alderman Petrelli with their hands up. I gotta say, I appreciate this. And I think it makes sense to me. That was one of the items that I sort of wrestled with a little bit, but it's something that I will absolutely support, and I appreciate that, Alderman Edwards. Alderman Collins on this amendment? Okay, Alderman Cunningham on this amendment? Yes, Alderman Cunningham, go ahead.
Okay, question about this amendment. Would that person still have the ability to appeal to the Management Review Committee?
No. Oh,
Oh, I was asking Russ.
Yeah, that's
Well,
the right person to ask.
No, and that and the way this, if we omit this, no, only department heads would have that right. And I think to me that makes sense because I believe the department heads should be more removed from politics than the chief of operations.
Yeah.
So really the department, if this amendment passes, the department heads really would have more rights than the
Okay.
chief of operations. So to answer your question, no, according to my proposed amendment, they would not have those rights.
Okay. Thank you.
Alderman Campbell on the amendment.
No, sir. I want to make another amendment. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Alderman Brown on the amendment.
Yes. On the
Okay, go
amendment.
ahead.
Excuse me. I want to disagree with Alderman Edwards. And here's why. I think that we have a really good chief of operations, and for whatever reason, there's a bad really personality conflict and you release that person. I think, and Mr. Bradley may want to weigh in on this. Aren't we obligated of somehow for every paid employee that we have, whether hired, and what situation we have, to have some type of recourse to appeal a decision by either their department head or whoever their immediate supervisor is? That is a Mr. Bradley question. So.
Yes, under the charter, no employees are given property rights, but we do have certain due process protections for all of our employees. This would make this position the only employee that did not have any sort of due process protection. That would not preclude this employee from filing suit against the city to challenge the city's decision to terminate. But if it's within your rights to take away that internal appeal to the board if you want to. But that's a board question whether you want to do that or not.
Meaning, if 7 votes wants to do it, 7 votes can do it.
Yes, you can take that out, and same way. If in your scenario, I suppose 7 votes could vote to put the person back in a position with or without a hearing. But let's hope we don't ever go down roads like that.
Okay.
Amen.
All right. I just thank you, Mr. Bradley. I feel due process is important. I hope that we'll never come to that, but I think if we start limiting some of things like that, then maybe our level of candidate may go down if they realize they don't things don't g-haul well and they don't have someone to go to, either the management review committee or the board. So I thank you for your time.
Alderman Brown, thank you. Alderman Petrelli on the amendment.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I would have to agree with Alderman Brown a little bit that, from what I've read of this legislation and potential job description, there's a lot of responsibility and accountability putting onto this position. A lot of responsibility. And if we're looking at continuity of service and making sure that the city is functioning in somewhat of a seamless fashion, even, we all know there's dynamics going on every day behind the scenes, but that doesn't really make sense to me that there would be no provision to protect somebody who essentially has the keys to the kingdom at this point, because that person is going to be directing others. So if that person was to be dismissed kind of in an abrupt way or what have you, I think that it would not be advantageous for the city. So I would say either the same processes this potential position would be afforded, or some type of a process. And while I have the floor, I will just say that I greatly appreciate all of the effort that Alderman Roberson has done in research and giving us this information. But I will readily say that I think we are really rushing on a position, a new position, a potentially new position in one night. I mean, this is our first discussion on it, when we literally spent, for me, 4 years talking about the CA position, which was a chartered position. Granted, it wasn't clearly defined. And then literally spent almost a year in committee to take recommendations from a citizen-led committee. So I'm just honestly saying that I feel that we are really bum rushing this through. I feel everybody is kind of, you know, even the mayor. I think the mayor's made some concessions, but we're all like rushing. And I think for any type of a position like this, due diligence should be done to make sure that the position not only meets the needs of the city, but is purposeful and isn't rushed through. So I think it would be a huge disincentive to anybody wanting to apply for this job if you take those protections away, unless the mayor already has somebody in mind, which is his right to do. But I do believe that that is not an advantageous amendment. Thank you.
Alderman Petrelli, thank you. Just want to make sure. Alderman Collins on the amendment? Okay. Alderman Cunningham on the amendment?
Thank you, Mayor. I just, and I hate to use this word, I think it's discriminating against one employee of the city, that they don't have the ability to appeal to anybody. I mean, what's their recourse to sue the city? I mean, we can't have people suing the city over a job. They need to have their grievances heard in a polite way, good, bad, or indifferent. And I'm all for fairness. And I just can't support this amendment because I don't think it's fair. Thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Cunningham, thank you. Alderman Campbell on the amendment?
No, sir.
Okay. I don't believe we have anybody else wishing to speak on the amendment. So the amendment is in section 2, paragraph 10, striking the whole paragraph. It's been properly, that motion has been properly made in second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no. Annette, call the roll, please, and I'll go ahead and vote aye.
Okay. Mayor, could I get a clarification on who made the second, please?
Sure. Alderman Edwards, Alderman Waters.
Waters. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Clary.
Aye.
Brown.
Nay.
Campbell.
No.
Collins.
No.
Cunningham.
No.
Dixon.
No.
Edwards.
Yes.
Hayes.
No.
Peterson.
Yes.
Petrelli.
No.
Robertson.
Yes.
Skidmore. Skidmore.
I'm sorry about that. Yes.
Waters.
Yes.
Okay. Is 6 ayes, 7 nays.
That fails 7-6. Thank you, Annette. Alderman Edwards.
Oh, yeah, one more amendment is, I would propose to add as paragraph 11 under section 2, the following language, and I'm going to read it slowly for everybody's purposes. If the chief of operations is no longer employed, the mayor will immediately appoint a department head to serve as interim chief of operations until the board can meet to approve by a majority vote the appointment of the interim chief of operations.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
And I'll just speak. So the intent behind this is that if there's any gap, if for whatever reason the chief of operations is no longer employed, then there will be no gap in the chain of command. We will always have somebody in charge, and this allows the mayor to immediately appoint somebody. And I've proposed limit it to a department head, at least until the board can meet to approve of that interim appointment.
Okay. Here's the problem I have with that. The board didn't even do that in this situation, and it excludes other city employees. It includes previous city employees. It excludes people who work for other cities. It excludes people who have business experience. It excludes other city employees. It excludes a whole pool of folks. And like I said, currently the city didn't even do that. It's not even in the current requirements of the interim city administrator. I appreciate it, Russ. I appreciate Alderman Edwards. But I think it restricts us even more so than we're restricted right now.
Well, let me address that real quick. So would you not vote for the amendment?
I'm not going to vote for the amendment.
Well, if you vote no on this amendment, the amendment passes. Would you vote no for the chief of operations when it comes to its main vote?
Good question.
Because I may not vote for this. I mean, I may not vote for the chief of operations unless we have this amendment in there.
Would you? I don't know how I feel about that. Limits me to 9 or 10 people versus hundreds. And like I said, currently, the current language doesn't even require that of an interim city administrator. So why would we want to restrict it even more?
I just don't want any gaps. I don't know. I don't know what exactly it said on the current ordinance. I just don't want any. I mean, it would be total chaos. So what's the issue? You would not want to appoint a department head, or you would want to pick any kind of staff member?
I think what we might be able to do to solve this is say that the mayor would have to immediately appoint somebody before the next board meeting. I'd be fine with that language because I think that would be responsible for the mayor to do that. To narrow who that person has to be, that's where I have a hard time.
I think I want to stick with the department heads because they have the supervisory experience to be able to step in and it be a little more seamless.
Okay. And again, that restricts me to a handful of people versus a whole staff versus previous employees versus people who work for other cities or have worked for other cities. Alderman Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This goes right in with the amendment I was going to offer up, and I was going to offer mine up at section 4, item 4. Whenever there is a vacancy in the CEO or the COO position, the director of finance shall serve as the interim COO. So I was narrowing it down to a specific department head that would actually take over that spot. But just, hey, they leave, you're the person for the moment. Just for the moment until it's refilled again by the mayor. So that's where I'm at.
Appreciate that, Alderman Campbell. Alderman Collins on this amendment.
Actually,
Alderman Collins.
Yes, and I'd like to leave my hand up after.
Okay.
I'd like to offer my position.
Am I on?
Amendment to it.
Hold on 1 second, Alderman Collins. Alderman Campbell, did you want to offer an amendment to this, or do we go ahead with as it is proposed?
I'd like to offer an amendment to it. I'd just like to go ahead and put my amendment in here. Since we're talking about department heads, I'd like to specifically say the director of finance.
We have a second for that.
Second.
We have a second from Alderman Petrelli. So what this means is that if the chief of operations abruptly quits, immediately the director of finance becomes the interim chief of operations.
Yes, sir. Until we can find a replacement for the COO that you would find. I mean, it's still your call, but in the meantime, for that little seamless week, 2 weeks, 1 month, the director of finance could slide in and fulfill that obligation and keep the city moving forward.
Why would it be the director of finance versus the director of HR versus the police chief who supervises more employees for the whole city? It's interesting that we picked director of finance. That seems to be an odd choice.
I just feel like he has the budgetary discretion. He knows our budget. He has worked with all the department heads to come up with that budget for the year. And I just feel like he had a good, that department person has a good feel for all the departments moving forward. It's just interim. It's not like it's permanent. And that's my reasons for that.
To go along with this is essentially picking a city administrator, in my view. If you go along with this isn't a chief of operations that the mayor gets to pick with the approval of the board. To go along with this amendment is to pick a city administrator who's been picked by the board. I can't vote for this. Anybody else on this?
I'm just picking a department head, Mayor. I'm not picking a city administrator. It's just an interim person to fill a spot for a moment.
If the board picks him, if the board picks him, which is what's happening here. If the board picks a certain person, which is what's happening with this, it's just like what we have right now.
No, sir.
Alderman Collins, on this amendment?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
I respectfully, Mr. Mayor, I disagree with that because you're still choosing the person. It's just in the event that the person quits or is fired or gets hit by a bus, we have a period of time while you're searching or whomever, a future mayor or yourself is searching for the next person. It does make sense to me that in an emergency situation, that person would come from our own staff. I would be comfortable, unlike Mr. Alderman Campbell, I do see the logic behind it being someone from finance because the nature of finance, they're familiar with all of the departments. And that would work fine for me right now. But 15 years from now, when somebody else potentially is the department head for finance, that person may be very ill-suited for managing other people. So I would hate to pin us down to that extent when, thinking of a future board that none of us are on and none of us are involved in. That seems very narrow. I would actually be willing to open it up to all staff above a certain level, department heads, assistant department heads. I'm open to give you or future mayor and board more flexibility, but this would be a stopgap measure in an emergency situation. And I do think it makes sense that that person would come from our staff. They would be familiar with the city's business. Somebody's going to fill that gap the very day after somebody leaves. It's better that the mayor should assign that role than have it assumed by whoever happens to be the alpha.
Alderman Collins, I agree with that. I think if you open up to the staff, obviously above a certain level, I'd agree with that. And that's most likely what would happen. And that would be the most responsible thing, I think, for the mayor to do. So above a certain level in staff, that makes sense to me. To limit
what level would be appropriate in your opinion?
It's probably, I'm trying to think the best level. I'm trying to think our best pay grade level. That might be the best way to define it.
And I'm not familiar with the pay grade. So
yeah, do we have Chris Taylor with us?
So he's on, isn't he?
So Chris, let's get down to the level of, I guess, deputy assistant fire chief, commanders of police, deputy or assistant department head. How do we better corral that group or define that group?
I mean,
The lowest pay grade, I believe you listed right there, police commander, and the equivalent in the fire department would be a pay grade 22.
Okay.
Let me see what's in I've got my spreadsheet pulled up here. Just for accuracy, fire department pay grade 22 is a division chief.
Okay.
And I don't want to list every one of them, but in a 22, the general would be the assistant HR director, the senior network supervisor, and the business analyst, both in the IT department. Those are all in pay grade 22.
Okay. Okay. So from pay grade 22 on up is what we're.
How many people is that? What's the pool?
Chris, how many is that? 20?
Yeah, without me sitting here boring everybody. Yeah, roughly.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like more flexibility, but that's likely who the mayor would turn to anyway.
Is that friendly, Russ?
We need to talk to Pat on that.
Oh.
Because the item
I'm
we're
open to
discussing.
that. I mean, the pay grade for the position was 24. And so we're going to step down to 22 to cover more employees. I mean, I don't have a problem with that. I was just looking at the finance department for the leadership that we have there. And you're right, thinking 15, 20 years down the road to new boards and whatnot, there needs to be a little bit more flexibility there. But yes, I'm agreeable to that.
Okay, who made our second on that, Annette, for the last motion that we have?
Mr. Petrelli.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Alderman Campbell and Alderman
So my
Petrelli.
motion, what I can do.
Oh, well, actually, it's Pat's motion on amending your motion. But
Well,
Russ,
could I just amend my motion?
You could.
Okay, in order to compromise, here's what I would say, and I don't know the different levels. I would just say for first readings purposes that say pay grade 22 or higher, and what I read before, instead of saying department head pay grade 22 or higher, but I would reserve the right. I may chew on this a little bit, and we may come up with a little something different at second reading. So just for the record, I would reserve my right, but.
Okay. Alderman Petrelli and Campbell, do you want to withdraw your amendment to his amendment?
Yes, I withdraw my amendment.
Okay.
Yes, I'll withdraw, but I would like to speak to it, please.
Okay, absolutely. Let's make sure we have some clarification. So Alderman Edwards, your amendment is to add section 11 paragraph 11 under section 2. If the chief of operations is no longer employed, then the mayor must temporarily appoint a current city employees at pay grade 22 or higher.
Yes.
Okay. Annette, are you with us on that? Annette, are you with us?
I am, yes.
Okay, super. Alderman Edwards, do you want to speak more on this, or do you want me to go to Alderman Petrelli?
Oh, no, Alderman Petrelli. You can move on to her, please.
Alderman Petrelli.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So let me gently explain why I'm not going to support this. So we clearly have a hierarchy structure in our City Hall employees functioning. Not only is that hierarchy within different departments, it's within different factions of different departments. I think it could possibly set up a recipe for disaster if you pull a lower ranking employee to suddenly be their current manager or supervisor's boss. I've never seen a structure like that in any type of a corporate environment ever. It's like this. And I think if you start moving people around arbitrarily, much less choosing people based on a pay scale and not based on their managerial experience, we know that our directors have the managerial experience to handle dynamic situations which can involve conflict resolution, decision making. And we have not, I mean, I just cannot even imagine putting a scenario like that in place. I'm just going to be honest with you, with all respect to both aldermen, but I've never seen a corporate structure like that. And I think it's a recipe for a disaster in a time, specifically in a time where this position would be vacated. And I think it will add to the chaos. So I will not support that. Thank you.
Alderman Robertson on the amendment.
Thank you. And thank you, Alderman Collins, for trying to be the peacemaker here and try to find a compromise. I appreciate your efforts. I will give you an example from history, Alderman Petrelli. This has happened in the past, and I hope not to bore you with this example, but in World War II, when FDR was looking to appoint a commander of the armed forces to invade Europe, he did not pick the highest ranking generals. He didn't pick General Marshall. He didn't pick General Patton. He picked a guy named Dwight David Eisenhower. He was a junior officer. In fact, Douglas MacArthur said he was the best staff officer that he had ever had. And he ended up leading America to victory in World War II. So I think that history is replete with evidence that sometimes you don't have to go to the top of the organization to get a replacement. So I think that's one example of when it worked. I will support this amendment. I appreciate Alderman Edwards bringing it up, because I do, again, my whole concept is to have a seamless transition here. And so I will support this. I'm glad the mayor has supported it. And I encourage all aldermen to support this so we can move forward with this item tonight. Thank you.
Alderman Robertson, thank you. Alderman Petrelli, I apologize. I didn't thank you just a second ago.
Mayor, I would like to respond to that.
Hold on. We've got a couple other people in the queue to you. We'll come back. Alderman Collins on this amendment. Okay. Alderman Cunningham on this amendment. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. If Alderman Edwards will repeat the amendment, and then I have a question. Once the mayor immediately appoints an interim COO, does it come before the board to appoint, to either approve that or have the mayor appoint somebody else as interim COO, or is this like an emergency measure?
Yeah, that was the intent in my amendment, is that he would appoint this person and it would come before us at the next regular BOMA meeting. That may be in a day, it may be in two. It may be in 13
that's what I
days.
thought.
But
that
that's
was
the
my
intent.
question.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. You answered my question.
And that's why I put in here that it would, yeah. Do you want me to read the amendment, proposed amendment again?
Would you mind?
No, it's fine. Just so we're clear. So my proposed amendment would be, if the chief of operations is no longer employed, the mayor will immediately appoint a city employee at a pay grade of 22 or higher to serve as interim chief of operations until the board can meet to approve by a majority the appointment of the interim chief of operations.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
I appreciate
That's all I
Alderman
have.
Cummings. And I don't love this idea. I still feel like it's restrictive, but it's most likely what would happen in this case, and what a mayor would turn to anyway. So it makes sense. Alderman Brown on this amendment.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I was good when we were at appoint department head as an interim. I'm not good at a level 22 or above, simply for the same reason that Alderman Petrelli stated. I've never seen a structure like that. I just don't think that's good business. I mean, we're talking 1 day up to 14 days, and one of your department heads would make a lot more sense to me than a pay grade 22 or above. And anybody that's been around at a pay level of 22 has been around a while. But I can think of some of those folks that have been here a long time that are at pay level 22 and not doing any management or have had any supervisory experience. So that would be my concern more than anything else. It doesn't feel like a good structure to me. So I can't support it as written as a pay scale 22 or above. I could support it as a department head. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Alderman Brown. Anybody else want to speak on this amendment? Alderman Campbell. I'm sorry, Alderman Petrelli. Alderman Petrelli, you're correct.
All right, answer.
Thank you, Mayor. I do appreciate Alderman Roberson bringing up that factual, moment in our history. But, if first of all, arbitrarily choosing somebody based off of their pay grade, I'm just going to be honest, seems bizarre. It seems like you would want somebody to know what the qualifications are, and I realize that pay grade means that they've been around a while, but what you have to also remember is that when that person goes into that temporary position, and it could be a very short period of time, but there are occasions when things take a very long time to, fill a position. We saw that with our finance director. We saw that with the CA position. And to have a subordinate then actually over their manager and their boss is a very awkward situation, because at some point that will have to be reversed again. And I really think it could lead to some human resource issues, or it to me, it just does not make sense. I do understand Alderman Roberson's explanation, but this is not a war. This is for the continuity of the city, and it makes sense that the top tier, who under the mayor would be our directors, and there's plenty to choose from with quite a bit of education, quite a bit of experience, and they are very reliable, that I don't see why we would go beneath our directors to randomly choose someone on a pay grade. I will not support that. Thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Petrelli, thank you. Anybody? Alderman Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'd have to agree with Alderman Petrelli and Alderman Brown after listening to more conversation here regarding the pay scale and the department heads versus an assistant or someone even below assistant director. I think that we're talking 1 day to 14 days, as we just stated a moment ago, the interim position. That's why I specifically said the finance director, because they have the knowledge of every department. They work with every department on a day-to-day basis, basically with their budgets, making sure they have the funds they need and the resources they need to do their jobs. And that's why I selected the finance department. Now, if you just want to open it back up to department heads or directors, I'm good with that too. But to go below that grade of employee, just like was just pointed out, now I have a 22 coming in to tell a director, hey, can't do that because I said so for 14 days or whatever may be the case. So I would have to back up and say, yeah, I think we need to go back to the director or to the finance director, like I first said. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Alderman Campbell, thank you. Alderman Skidmore.
Thank you. I just have one quick question. And it may not even pertain to what we're doing. If it is, I apologize. But let's just say, for example, that scenario happens, that they do quit or something happens and they're no longer here and we have to have someone. All right. And then you pick, and then the amendment that we're talking about does pass this evening, and you have the level department heads or to the pay grade 22. Does or does not the Board of Aldermen approve of that pick or that choice?
Alderman Edwards.
Yeah, at the next meeting. Yes.
The board does approve of it?
That's my proposed amendment. That
Okay.
language is contained in there. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much.
Alderman Skidmore, thank you. Alderman Edwards, thank you. Alderman Collins, go ahead.
So I want a point of clarification. Is there someone other than yourself who can call for a special called meeting if it were to be 2 weeks away before the next BOMA meeting to appoint?
John, you want to take that?
Yes, sir. only the mayor can call a special meeting under our charter. Committees can meet, but the call by the chairman, we've seen that happen before, but only the mayor can call a meeting of the board or mayor and alderman.
Okay, I do completely understand the reasoning behind the objections to the pay grade, and admittedly don't really have a sense for what the pay grades mean and who those people would include or exclude. But it is a period of no more than 2 weeks, and it provides a compromise where we will know we don't have a void that's being filled by just the whoever takes it, an alpha type personality. So I'm still going to vote in favor of this. That's all.
Alderman Collins, thank you. Alderman Peterson.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to close debate.
Second.
We have a motion, a second to call the question and end debate. We don't have anybody else in the queue, if that helps you, Alderman Peterson, Alderman Robertson.
You don't see me?
I don't. Oh, Alderman Waters, I do see you.
Thank you.
We have a motion, a second to end debate. Alderman Peterson, how do you feel about me coming back to you after Alderman Waters speaks?
Yes, I'm good with that, Mayor. Thank you.
Alderman Robertson, I see you shaking your head. Alderman Waters, go ahead.
I'll be brief. We keep hearing the department head selection being the finance director. Is he going to be able to handle both jobs? If this was to come down to that, continue to be finance director and the other position too, that's an awful load. He's a busy man right now. That's all I got to say about that. Thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Waters, thank you. I don't believe we have anybody else in the queue, so we don't necessarily have to have a vote on calling the question. We can just go ahead and vote on the amendment. And that, do you want to restate the amendment, please? And Russ, please shake your head or something here.
Yes. Before I do that, can I get clarification on who seconded Alderman Edwards' motion?
Alderman Edwards and Alderman Hayes, I believe it was.
Okay. Thank you.
Alderman Hayes, is that correct?
I think so.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Does he want to second it? Well, I changed it though. Does he want to second it with the modification?
Oh, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. Are you okay with that modification, Alderman Hayes?
Yes, sir, I am.
I appreciate
second
that.
the modifications.
Alderman Edwards, thank you for mentioning that. Annette, do you want to state what the motion, what the proposed amendment is?
Yes. I have section 2. Yes, section 2, adding paragraph 11 to say if the COO is no longer employed, then the mayor appoints a city employee at pay grade 22 or higher to serve as interim COO and to be voted on at the next scheduled BOMA meeting.
I appreciate that. All those in favor of that amendment, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no. Annette, I'll vote aye.
Okay. Clary. Brown.
No.
Campbell.
No.
Collins.
Aye.
Cunningham.
Aye.
Dixon.
Aye.
Edwards.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Peterson.
Aye.
Petrelli.
No.
Robertson.
Aye.
Skidmore. Skidmore.
Aye.
Waters.
Aye.
I'm sorry.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. That would be 10 supporting and 3 nays.
Annette, thank you. That passes with a majority vote. Alderman Edwards.
I just want to say I appreciate Alderman Robertson, all the work you've put into this, and I know this has been a difficult process for everybody. This whole city administrator issue, I know everybody's put a lot of work, a lot of emotion into this topic, and it's a very emotional, difficult topic. But I think we have been able to remain cordial up to this point, and I hope we can continue to do so. And this this ordinance as it's written, it's as unique as this city. This city by the lake is a very unique,
Yes.
and it's not it's tailor fit for our city. It's, if anybody knows, if anybody's worn a suit that's tailor fit versus you just go buy it off the rack, everybody knows the tailor fit suit is always going to fit better. This is not off the rack. We've made it for this city, and I appreciate all the work you've done, Alderman Robertson. At this point, I do support this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Alderman Edwards, thank you. Alderman Collins, on the main motion.
On main motion, okay. So I have some questions for Mr. Roberson. On section 3, paragraph 5, I think your intent there is for the COO to supervise or sign off on purchases, but if I print it the right version, it says act as the city purchasing agent for all goods and services purchased by the city. Is that as the agent?
Well, thank you for that clarification. Maybe I didn't word it properly, but what I actually took the same language that's in the current CA language. So the way I understand it, and Mr. Lamar can correct me if I'm wrong, is a department researches and puts forward a purchase order. It goes to Mr. Lamar. He's the last eyes that see it to review it for to pass the smell test, I guess, and then it goes to the mayor for signature. So my idea here is more of a supervisor. You know, he's the last purchasing agent in the chain of command that would approve such a purchase. This would not. Okay, Mr. Lamar has his hand up.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dave.
Mr. Robertson, that's exactly it. If a department head, if Mr. Gilly buys something in the Parks Department, does a PO, it goes to the finance director, finance department for their approval, make sure it's within the budgetary statutes of the ordinance, and make sure that he's got money in that line item that he's willing to purchase it for, and so on and so forth. They generate that purchase order, send it to me, and I approve that purchase order after Robert and somebody in the finance department and Mr. Gilly approve it. And then I send it back to Robert for his approval of my signature and the processing of the check. Then the check goes to the mayor. So yeah, I'm toward the end of the process, but it goes back to the finance, and then it goes back to the mayor with the check and the documentation of all of us that have signed it.
So Alderman Collins, that is exactly the way I envision the COO.
I'm not sure that's what it says, though. I think we might need to clean up that wording.
Is that something we should work on the next 2 weeks?
Purchasing, I don't think we have to make an amendment. We can just work, get it fixed before it looks like it's going to a second reading, because right now it says act as the purchasing agent, and I may be wrong, but I think a purchasing agent is like a person who negotiates contracts, and it's a job title in and of itself. If it said last purchasing or supervising purchases or approval of purchasing, that would be different. I could be wrong. We can get clarification on that.
Yeah, and I would consider that a friendly amendment, and I would be glad if you would like to work with city attorney, and at the second reading bring forward clarifying language. For the record, I'll state that I would support that clarification, just as the intent of what you've mentioned.
Okay, certainly. You mentioned that the ICMA is a union, but they don't engage in like collective bargaining. I think it's more of a professional organization along the lines of the Bar Association for Attorneys. So, I mean, is there a reason that we would not want our COO to be a member? Perhaps they wouldn't be qualified?
No, I would not object if they wanted in the future to join. But I don't really think, I've looked over the organization it myself, and I don't know that it's, first of all, it's pretty expensive to be a member of that organization. And again, I don't want to foreclose somebody that's not a member of that organization from being excluded.
I don't necessarily think they need to be a member to be considered, but I would like for them to be a member after being hired into this position. One of the things that I think appealed to the board originally was the code of ethics. And I think it could be a perk to a person who would apply for this position, that they would be provided the financial cost of being a member of that organization. It might be a recruiting tool.
I can sure see your line of arguing, or your line of logic.
I'm arguing. It's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can see your logic. Yeah, I wouldn't want it to be a prerequisite, but maybe we could just say that that membership in this professional organization would be encouraged after employment.
Yeah.
How does that sound?
Weak, but I'll take it.
Is that something we want to deal with now, or something we want to deal with in the interim of 2 weeks?
We can deal with it. We don't have to vote on every single little thing. We can save a little time, and we have a gentleman's agreement to work together on it. Yeah.
Yes.
You pass as a gentleman anyway. I'm not sure about myself.
My mother said I was, so.
And then, Mayor, I wanted to speak to your concerns about the board just voting against someone that you would recommend for the position and not endorsing your pick. I feel that these job qualifications are a bit low. And so I may be one of the people that's pretty hard on you with who you pick. Okay. I do understand, and goodness knows I know plenty of people who are doing jobs that they would not technically have the traditional educational background for. Education doesn't give you wisdom, but experience certainly does. And I would love to see this worded as education or equivalent experience and have that more well defined. But I know that isn't going to happen. I can just say that when you bring somebody to the board for approval, they need to be a person that Hendersonville deserves. Okay. They need to be stellar. I am not going to grant a rubber stamp. I'm going to be hard on it. It's got to be a really good person. And to that end, I hope that doesn't seem so adversarial. I'm going to be hard.
I don't take it that way at all. I don't
Okay.
take it that way at all. I mean, what we're talking about is the minimum requirements. I'm not out there looking for somebody who meets the minimum requirements.
Yeah, I don't think that you are. I have had people express concern that perhaps these requirements were written this way because there's a person already chosen. And I'm not, if you have already chosen someone, that is fine. I think, based partially on this conversation, that you're just trying to keep your options open both now and in the future.
Yes.
So I'm going to be okay with that. Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Alderman Collins. Alderman Cunningham, on the main motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, I have a few things, and first I'm on I just want to express my appreciation for negotiations and compromise. And I saw how important it was last week when a mob of people invaded our Capitol. This was craziness. We do not want this ever to happen in our city. But with that said, I want our city to succeed. I want this person to be so successful that it's going to be beyond our wildest dreams. Now I have a question. The search. In section 1, it says the mayor, with the assistance of the city's human resource department and any other organization such as MTS, shall select the appointee for the position of chief of operations. That's in section 2, subsection 1. Is that how you're going to do it, Mayor, with you and our HR guy and MTS, and zero in on a candidate?
Absolutely look at all those folks in there, as well as the possible other organizations. I mean, we went through, when I saw other organizations, I thought of the ICMA in the previous situation, International City Managers Association. So I think there might be some other organizations out there in addition to MTAS, in addition to our HR department. But that's my intention. The first thing is to reach out to our HR department to get the ball rolling.
Okay, so I was just wanted to know what the process was.
Yeah. First thing is to get with the HR department and get moving and get it advertised. I mean, they're the first folks I'm going to turn to.
Okay.
And by the way, I don't have anybody in mind.
Oh, I wasn't going to ask you that.
Okay.
Well, do you? No.
I don't.
No, I wasn't going to ask you that question. Okay, Rachel asked about the purchasing, management review. Okay, it said Alderman Roberson's presentation, one of the duties it says was to assist in the preparation of the budget, but I don't see that listed in the job duties here. Are you going to be the one that prepares the budget, Mayor?
Yes, I'll be the one who presents it. And it makes sense that since the department heads would be helping with that the chief of operations would certainly be involved in that.
Would like coordinate that effort?
Absolutely.
Okay, that was my other question, because that's like one of the most important votes that we take of the whole year.
Yeah.
And the last question is, it says about the, in section 2 again, under subsection 3, it says the candidate must possess at least a relevant bachelor's degree. When you say relevant, what do you mean by relevant? Like could a person with a teacher's degree apply for this position, or a business degreed or accounting degreed person? Would that be like a relevant, or a management degree?
Yeah, I would think maybe a retired principal of a school that has a degree in education would be qualified. I wouldn't think that just a regular teacher, although how important they are, I don't mean to, but a teacher.
No,
really
I don't mean to diminish a teacher,
Yeah.
believe me, because I've substitute taught, and I was like, it's a very rigorous job.
My daughter's a teacher, so I better not. But
God
yeah,
bless them.
I think an education degree, I think a business degree, I think a degree in political science, I think an economic degree. I mean, Governor Bredesen had a degree in physics from Harvard.
Right.
So I think the mayor has to use his good judgment, and then understanding it's coming to the board for us to exercise our consent and advise.
Okay. And then in section 2, subsection 5, 5 years of private sector management or government leadership experience. If we could clean that up a little bit on 5 years of private sector management, I mean, that could be 5 years as a manager of a Starbucks. Could we insert in there 5 years of corporate private sector management? So that we know that person would have some type of corporate experience.
Again, we're talking about the minimum requirements here, and I get that that's important. I'm not going to bring you somebody that has the minimum, and I'm not going to bring you somebody that that would be that low, as you said. Corporate probably, or maybe. What about the word business experience instead of private sector?
Perfect.
Okay.
And that's all my questions.
How about when we bring that back, we have that change there and make that amendment in 2 weeks?
Perfect.
Okay. If you haven't figured this out, I'm sort of keeping an eye on the clock here.
Yeah. Okay.
At most,
and I
we have
am
an hour and a half.
Okay. I am done. I promise.
now I feel guilty about that, Alderman Cunningham.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Alderman Roberson.
Okay. Alderman Waters. Alderman Waters, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
I just want to kind of follow up on Alderman Collins's remarks a while ago about a purchasing agency. I think back when Alderman Campbell and I was on Public Works together, we worked hard to try to get somebody like this. And I see what you're saying. You're talking about the purchasing agent part, the word agent. I think that's what you was referring to. And he and I both we know people. There's a lot of companies that have purchasing directors, that have purchasing agents, they call them. But if you're concerned about the word agent rather than maybe a purchasing manager or a purchasing director, I could understand that. But there's a lot of companies that he and I both know that have purchasing. That's all they do. And I think like Dave said a while ago, that's his job. I mean, if you want to buy a fire truck or something like that, I'm sure Chief Bush would get with the purchasing agent, and because that's his job to go out and look and try to find something like this. But I just wanted to add that to you. But it's a good comment, and I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Waters, thank you. Alderman Brown, I know your hand's been up. Was that supposed to be up or supposed to be down?
It was actually up.
Okay, go ahead.
We actually rolled over something and then rolled into something else I want to talk about. So I'm good.
Okay.
Mr. Robertson and probably Tina, if she's still awake there with us, could you put Eddie's PowerPoint back up, or Alderman Robertson's PowerPoint back up, please?
One moment, sir.
Uh-oh, did I misspell a word, Alderman Brown?
Oh, you left out a whole paragraph. No, I wanted to see it again because I want to clarify something that I think was on there. And go to the second section, please. Third section, please. Third section, please. Oop. 5 years of experience in either private sector or government leadership experience. And the word supervision is under there. Explain exactly what you meant by that, Eddie. And the reason I want you to, because I think it's important, the difference in government leadership and government supervision, because I think there's a big difference in the private sector running a business, which I've done. I've done nonprofit, and I've been around government now for a while, and there is an extreme difference. So I'm really in favor of this person having some government supervision experience, but I want you to explain exactly what you meant by supervision and experience under leadership in parentheses.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Yes. And the leadership component was, my intent was to be synonymous with supervision. That's why I put in supervision, so that it was in the legislative history of this ordinance that I did mean in defining leadership supervision.
Okay,
yeah. Okay.
So that person that the mayor would be looking for would have a minimum of 5 years experience. I would love to see that bumped up to 7 years experience, but I'm good with 5. But I really feel it's important that we narrow that down to some government supervisory experience. That would mean you're big on using the word retired tonight. Colonels are retired, teachers are retired. So I don't know who that might be. That would be a assistant department head or a department head or a past whatever that. Define that in some more words of what you mean by supervision. I want everybody to understand that.
Well, would there be any objection of me just replacing leadership with supervision? Mayor, do you have a problem with that?
I'm looking at it right now. That sort of makes sense.
Would that make you feel better, Alderman Brown?
Well, I think it's important. If we don't think it's important, then yeah, it would make me personally feel better. But I think the person that the mayor wants to hire needs to kind of know how the inside of a city works a little bit, or inside of government works, or state government, or federal government, because it's a different animal. It doesn't work like the bank. It doesn't work like Publix. It doesn't work like Starbucks. It works different because it changes all the time. Leadership changes all the time. Our seats change all the time. The mayor, 4 years from now, his seat may change. We don't know. So I just think that the supervisory part of that is important, that there's some experience there in supervising in a government entity. So that's a concern. I would like to see that kind of hardened a little bit. I don't know if you want to put a time frame out of that 5 years of 2 to 4 years of supervision. I would even like to see that, but I'll let you do it. And if you're willing to do it, or I'll make an amendment. But I also feel, here's another thing too. We're asking this person to do basically what our city administrator is doing now under the supervision of the mayor, and to assist the mayor in getting budgets ready and some other stuff. And maybe we think $125,000 to $150,000 is high for the city administrator. I don't know that I don't think $85,000 is pretty low for the COO. I want to draw a good candidate or good candidates for a pool for the mayor to choose from, but it's a lot of responsibility for $85,000. And I know on another one of your slides, I don't know if it's the one above it or the one below it, you said the 100K range. I would feel better if we got closer to that 100K. I know, money's money, but we want to attract good candidates. We want to pay them well. We want them to be happy in their job. So those are just a couple opinions that I think is important, would certainly make me feel better if we looked at those a little bit closer, especially the government supervision experience. So I'll let you address that, Eddie, or Mayor, or whoever wants to, and I'll be quiet about it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tina, for pulling it back up.
I'm fine with that. When the board increases the compensation, it expands the potential. It expands the pool. That doesn't mean that I would offer the job at that amount.
Right.
But as we know with department heads, it makes it more appealing to some folks that otherwise might not consider it.
Would you Are we just having a conversation now? I guess we are. Would you feel 85 on the low end, 100 on the high end? A range?
What I think I would be more comfortable with on that, and I'm looking for the ordinance, the language, that's on paragraph 6 of section 2. If you'll look at it, what about if we put at the end of that, or unless otherwise recommended by the mayor? So the mayor would go out and he would test the waters to see, he finds someone and that person says, you know, I won't come for anything less than $95,000 a year. I still think that amount fits into pay grade 24. And maybe Chris could tell us what's the range of pay grade 24, Chris?
Sorry, having some technical difficulties. 24 with the cost of living, so the current pay grades that just went into effect. Pay grade 24 starts out at $85,109.04. I mean, when you say the range, that's kind of a loaded question because all the way up to step 18, is that what you're referencing? Or I mean, realistically, you're most likely not going to bring anybody in. I'll pick a reasonable grade 8 is a 101 and some change, if that answers your question.
All right, it answers and I had already asked Chris that question, Alderman Brown. So do you see the range in pay grade 24 that the mayor has in attracting the right person?
I do. If it's, if we advertise it that way, then I would be fine with it. He's got a low end and he's got a high end. I just want to make sure we attract the right person. And of course, I've said government supervision, I think is important too. So
can I add one thing?
Go ahead, Chris.
Very much related to pay, and it's something that I think maybe we could learn from the city administrator negotiations is, and really this is something for the mayor to think about once this job kind of gets launched. I believe we may want to consider posting basically what we would consider an entry-level position or a step 1 or DOQ. That way we're not giving an exact range, if that makes sense, because as everybody knows, every smart candidate is going to go after the top number on that range if you post the range. Yeah. Anyways, that's just kind of some food for thought or something to chew on, but I just wanted to, that's something we really learned from and really discussed about the CA recruitment.
You're the HR guy. We will have to defer to your knowledge and wisdom, brother. That's what we pay you for. That answers my question. Thank you for indulging me, Eddie. And Mayor.
Alderman Brown, anything else?
That's it.
Thank you, Alderman Petrelli, on the main motion.
Sorry, no, thank you.
We're back on the main motion. As amended with a couple amendments that we have. All those in favor of the motion as amended, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name. Annette, I vote aye.
Repeat the motions, please.
Please. Annette, can you tell us the amendments that we have?
Just a second.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. The first one was an amendment to section 4, subsection 2. I don't have that wording written on here. Which one?
You're fine. You're right. The first one was section 4, paragraph 2.
Okay. The next one was section 3, paragraph 9. The next one was section 2, removing paragraph 10. The next one was
what paragraph? But that stayed. With that motion failed.
That failed.
That's correct. I'm sorry. I apologize. That's right.
Fine. You're fine.
And the next one was, I've got it written down in different places. The, if the COO were to quit suddenly, that it's section 2, adding 11.
Okay.
COO is no longer employed, and the mayor appoints pay grade 22 or higher to serve as the interim COO until the next scheduled BOMA meeting.
Those are the only 4 I have as well.
Okay.
Only 4 that passed, I should say.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Brown?
I'm sorry. Can you cohesively repeat everything that we are fixing to vote on? Thank you.
So
I back my yes up.
You mean as far as the amendments?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so the amendment, first one that we passed was section 4, paragraph 2. And Annette, can you read that one? Section 4, paragraph 2, and the changes, the approved changes we made there.
Well, I apologize. Give me just a second.
You're fine. You're fine. That one was incredibly confusing.
Yes. Okay, here it is.
Okay.
I believe. Okay. This one was to add the language and that the candidate has begun employment with the city. In no event shall this time period extend beyond March 31st of 21 unless such time is extended by BOMA.
Okay. Then the next amendment was
section 3, paragraph 9, adding the word future, where it says current, adding the word future.
Okay.
And the next one failed. And then the last one was amending section 2, adding paragraph 11. If the COO is no longer employed, then the mayor will appoint a city employee at payroll grade 20. At pay grade 22 or higher to serve as interim COO and be voted on at the next Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Hunter.
You're welcome.
All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name. Annette, I vote aye.
Thank you. Brown?
Aye.
Campbell?
Aye.
Collins?
Aye.
Cunningham?
Aye.
Dixon?
Aye.
Edwards?
Aye.
Hayes?
Aye.
Peterson?
Aye.
Petrelli?
No.
Robertson?
Aye.
Skidmore?
Can't hear you, Mark.
You're mute.
You're still muted.
You're muted.
I know, I was trying to undo it. I vote aye.
Thank you. And Waters?
Alderman Waters.
Aye.
Okay, that's 12 ayes, 1 nay.
Annette, thank you. That passes with a majority vote. Next item we have on the agenda is item A. What we need to do here, though, is we need to go with Alderman Brown.
Mayor, could we just take a quick restroom break?
We won't take a break. I just won't call on anybody for 5 minutes. How's that?
We need to make a motion, Mayor, go past 11. I don't think we'll finish before then, so I'll make that motion.
Second.
We have a motion, continue past 11, and Alderman Edwards seconds that. Is there any discussion on that? We need a two-thirds vote to allow this to happen. Annette, please call the roll. The motion is for the board to continue to meet past 11 with an absolutely hard deadline of midnight. Annette?
Okay, Brown?
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes.
Collins?
Yes.
Cunningham?
Yes.
Dixon,
Yes.
Edwards,
Yes.
Hayes,
Yes.
Peterson,
Yes.
Petrelli,
Yes.
Robertson,
Yes.
Skidmore,
Yes.
Waters,
Yes.
and Clary.
Yes,
It's unanimous.
that passed unanimously. We're going to meet after 11 o'clock, but right now I'm not going to call on anybody and I'm not going to say anything until 10:55. If you're back, go ahead and give us your picture so I know that you're back.
Hey, Mayor.
Who was that?
That was me, Scotty.
Oh, Chief Bush.
Hey, I've got some information at some point about the question that Mr. Roberson had about the vaccines. If it fits into everything tonight, if not, I'll send an email first thing in the morning.
If we have 30 extra seconds, which I hope we do, I will turn to you on my report.
Yes, sir. If not, I'll just send it out first thing in the morning on an email.
It would be good to include it on this broadcast if we can.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alderman Hayes. 10.
Here, I'm here.
Okay, you're fine then. Takes me longer to count than it does for us to get back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Alderman Waters, are you with us?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, there we go. 13. Okay. Next item we have is item A. This is first reading of ordinance 2020-47, an ordinance rezoning Bellsford Landing located east of Cages Bend Road North, south of Douglas Bend, and approving a preliminary master development plan to govern the development of said property. When I was asked to put this on the agenda, I looked through Robert's Rules of Order. I looked through our ordinance. We have an ordinance that requires an application that has been denied for rezoning, that if that application comes back to us, or that application, if it's reapplied without significant changes, that it has to wait a year. So I sought some legal opinions on that. I have a hard time with allowing this to come back through a mechanism of Robert's Rules of Order. I think that our ordinance supersedes that. However, I've been told that our ordinance doesn't apply in this case. So what we need to do is we're going to allow Alderman Hayes a motion to renew this. That's under Robert's Rules of Order to consider something that either passed or failed from a previous meeting. Alderman Hayes, do you want to make that motion, or is that Alderman Skidmore that wanted to make that motion?
I'll make the motion.
And I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion to renew first reading of ordinance 2020-47, which is certainly something that we considered previously. We need to vote on whether or not we want to take this up at this time. Notice I'm not saying rescind or reconsider. We need to vote on whether we want to take this up at this time. Alderman Hayes, would you like to speak on it?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The reason that I'm asking us to look at this again is that, if you all recall, our last meeting, it went to midnight. This was earlier in the meeting. We knew we were in a hurry. So we never allowed the developers to even speak. We voted it down without giving them any explanation or reason. And so in a lot of ways, in talking to the attorneys, it just didn't seem quite appropriate to move so quickly through without even giving them any reasoning. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And Mayor, I agree with that statement. I mean, and most people know how I feel about developments in our community, but we didn't even give these people a chance to speak their word. And you know, and in light of the developments that's been going on all over Gallatin, oh my God, you know, I think we need to give all these people, at least these folks, a chance, you know, because of what I've heard is it's supposed to be a nice development. You know, it's not going to be the, you know, for some people, it's not going to be the greatest thing, but for what what I have seen with the paperwork that we have, I would like to at least have them come before us and talk about it.
Both of y'all make a point that voting to renew isn't voting to approve the ordinance. It's two different things. Voting to renew is voting to put this in front of us right now. If we vote to renew, I've already asked Tina to open up our waiting room and allow some people to come back in. What we'll do is I'll ask that we suspend the rules at that point to allow some people to speak, applicants as well as neighbors. So voting to renew is not voting to agree to ordinance 2020-47. It's just voting to put it in front of us. Alderman Skidmore, do you have anything else?
No, sir, I don't.
I appreciate that. Alderman Brown on the motion to renew. We can't hear you.
Hand was up from a while back or something, so it's not for that. No, sir.
Okay. Alderman Dixon on the motion to renew.
Thank you, Mayor. I just, I don't know what Rule 38 is, if that, that was thrown out earlier tonight, but are we setting ourselves up as a board to set bad precedents that any future developers that we vote no the first reading are going to come back and want to do this very same thing? I just want us all to feel comfortable with what we're doing here. There was a lot of discussion, and that we received lots of emails. We've received, we had 2 people speak on it in citizens' comments that night. And I believe they could have raised their hand to speak. Am I wrong in that, Mayor?
You're fine, right?
That night. So I'm feeling uncomfortable with this, that we are setting ourselves up moving forward, that we could back off our vote, and I don't like it. I don't. And I don't know if John wants to speak, on that, and help me out here, but.
John, go
it's
ahead.
It's an unusual situation, but we would not do something like this. Wouldn't make sense to do something like this unless one or more members of the board had decided they made the wrong vote and wanted to renew the chance to have another vote at it. Obviously, if everybody's vote's the same, if no votes are going to change, the motion to renew will fail right now. We'll move on. But if the motion to renew passes, then that does give people an opportunity. And I can address the 1-year rule, or Keith can if you want to, or we sort of already passed that point. I think really the thing now is to vote whether or not to renew consideration.
Okay.
Alderman Dixon, anything else?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few years ago, I was a person who brought back up I was on the prevailing side of an issue, and I brought it up at another meeting to have it deliberated on again. So, we've done it before, and it's been a while, but since I was on the prevailing side, I was allowed to bring back that issue to the board for reconsideration. So, I want to throw that out there for people who are sort of concerned about the position on Robert's Rules of Order. You can do it because it's been done before here on this board since I've been here. So, thank you.
Just for clarification, this is not reconsideration. This is not rescinding. Renew can be brought up by somebody who did not vote on the prevailing side. That's okay. That's something different.
But could someone not bring it up on the reconsideration side?
Anybody can. Doesn't matter how.
Yeah, if someone said no and then they want to turn around and flip their vote and say yes, I want to change my vote. I want to bring it back up for reconsideration. Same thing, basically. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Alderman Campbell. Thank you, Alderman Dixon. Annette, I need you to call the roll, please. All in favor of the motion to renew, which will put this in front of us now, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name.
Brown.
Aye.
Campbell.
Aye.
Collins.
No.
Cunningham.
Aye.
Dixon.
No.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
No.
Petrelli,
No.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
No.
and Clary.
No.
Let's see, 7 ayes and 6 nay.
Annette, thank you. The motion to renew is approved with a majority vote. We have several people. First off, David Bray, if you could just shake your head. Are you with the developer? Okay. So what I'd like to do without objection, I'd like to suspend the rules to hear from Corey Allen, Terry Mims, Gary Head, Charles Hasty, Laura Strong, Mike Duke, and Gary Duke. Without objection, I'd like to suspend the rules to hear from them. I am going to go ahead at this point and turn to Alderman Hayes to begin the discussion if he would like to, and if he would like to make that motion. If he'd like to make the motion to consider ordinance 2020-47.
Yes, I'd like to make the motion. And I told you all earlier the reasoning.
Okay, let's get a second.
Second.
Okay, a second from Alderman Skidmore. Alderman Hayes, go ahead.
Just new information has come from the different citizens out there. Apparently there are a lot of people that are for this development that are very quiet and they want to stay below the radar. So I'll just leave it at that.
We don't have anybody else that seems to be interested in speaking. We do need to turn to Keith. Keith, do we need to add any language in this to pass it? To approve it, I should say.
I think if you were going to approve it, you would need to duplicate the approval last time that was denied. So
Okay.
if there were any extra things that were added to it, that those things would need to be included. I don't recall if there were things added to the motion last time that failed. But if there were some things, those would need to be included. Or if it passed, those could be included at the second reading.
Okay.
So when we have a second reading, we'll have a public hearing with that as well. Is that right?
That's correct. This is actually now where we're is actually redoing the first hearing.
Okay, this is just passing first hearing. Keith, do we need to mention findings of fact or any notes from the Planning Commission or any staff comments?
No, in this situation, as we typically do here for the last couple of years, the Planning Commission makes findings of fact when they make a decision. So if you're voting for the Planning Commission findings of fact, you're embracing their finding of fact. And kind of de facto, if you deny the request or the recommendation of the Planning Commission, you're rejecting those specific findings of fact.
I appreciate that. Corey Allen, if you're with us, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this.
Corey had to go to sleep.
Okay. We do have other people that were not given the opportunity, were not called on, I should say, to speak 2 weeks ago that are here now. If somebody would like to ask them to speak. At this point, I'm going to go to Alderman Waters. Alderman Waters, your hand is up, but I don't see you right now.
You don't see me?
Oh, I don't see you. Would you, your hand is up. Would you like to speak on this?
I think earlier I asked you to have Keith come before the board because I was deeply concerned about a couple of speakers. I think Mr. Mims was one of them, and then a lady, which really disturbed me, the things that they said, and I wanted to get Keith in to set us straight on what's right and what's wrong. Okay, so I'll leave it up to you when you want to do it. Thank you.
Now's the time.
Yeah, Mayor, if I can recall what that was, and Alderman Waters, let me know if this doesn't cover those specific issues. There's been a lot of different issues brought up regarding this prior when it was denied before, but through this whole process, there's nothing that the Planning Commission's done. or nothing that the Board of Mayor and Aldermen did at the previous first reading that was against any regulation or any ordinance that we have. So the issue talking about private covenants, we have language in there in our zoning ordinance that deals with private covenants, but this is just talking about that it's not intended to nullify any private agreement or covenant, including HOA agreements. But that doesn't mean in this specific case, this HOA has covenants and restrictions that say none of its roads can connect to the outside of the development. But the development wasn't completely completed. They just did the section 1, sections 2 and 3 of Lakes of Savannah was never completed, and the developer hasn't expressed any intent through this whole process to complete that, but to has requested to rezone the property to ERPD. So there's nothing in that. It'd be very similar to a neighborhood, even such as my neighborhood, Autumn Creek, where Smoke Rise was connecting to
Durham
Farms, and this is where Alderman Robertson lives as well. So it would have been trying to, if our HOA had passed something that was a covenant and restriction that said none of our roads can connect to exterior to other developments, that wouldn't be something the city would necessarily abide by. Although that would be an HOA agreement. That's just a kind of a comparison. This isn't something that the neighborhood created in the last couple of years. This is something that's been back from when the development originally started. Again, these aren't private roads, these are public roads as well. And looking at the issue on the limitation of denials, when the planning commissioner or the board denies something, I think John just touched on it a little earlier, that this isn't a resubmission, but kind of already talked about that. This isn't a resubmission to the planning commission. This is a reconsideration of BOMA, and the BOMA has the ability to do that. So I hope that kind of addresses those issues. There were some other specific issues that have come up on this project that I've addressed with Alderman, I believe today and over the last several weeks, about the connection into the neighborhood through Barron Drive, I believe. You know, from a planning standpoint, we encourage connection within developments. We don't look to limit those connections or have a stub out, not have those continue in or put up crash gates or anything like that. So any of that type of language isn't anything that's supported by our zoning ordinance. We do have fire codes that are not the zoning ordinance, but there are fire codes, and the fire codes do require that there's 2 separate fire apparatus roads for each development, and but it doesn't say you can't empty one development into another one that just has one access point. So there isn't language to that. And I'd be happy to hear anything else, Mr. Waters.
So you did hear the previous 2 that talked. You heard their complaints about what was going on, because what they was telling us, it really touched me, and I want you to clear it up, because we certainly don't tolerate that, and I'm sure somebody's got is mixed up a little bit. Yeah, but you did hear them a while ago.
Yes, and I can assure you through the whole process, through the planning commission and through BOMA, even up to this point, there's nothing in our regulation that we're not abiding by our own requirements or regulation for development.
Okay.
Keith. Some of those things, you know, I guess could be subjective when you're talking about the goals and objectives in general. But then that's a determination for the planning commission and the board to make. Is this project in the public interest? And some of those different wordings that were mentioned earlier to determine those different things.
Okay. Well, I doubt if the 2 speakers are still with us, but I wanted to be sure that you came before the board, and because it really touched me the way that, especially the lady was talking, and but I appreciate it. Thank you, Keith, and thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Waters, thank you. Keith, thank you. Alderman Brown.
Do we have are the developers here in the waiting room?
They are.
All right, can we hear from them?
Sure.
Please.
You have a specific question for them?
Not particularly, but they didn't get to speak last time, so I want to make sure they do get to speak this time. So I don't have a particular question unless they want to just address some of those that were brought forth this evening from those folks that spoke out there. But
Laura, do you want to be that person? You're shaking your head. Real quickly, Keith, I checked on our minutes from our last meeting. No amendments passed on this item. So Laura, do you want to go ahead?
Yes, and I do want to address some of the comments from the opposition from the homeowners, particularly, most importantly, the accusations that we were threatening homeowners. That is completely false, and I think just been taken out of context. We did, if ERPD is not approved, one of our paths forward for this property is to develop it under the straight ER zoning, which would require 1 acre lots. Our engineer David Bray just created a very preliminary plat on what that might look like, just to give us an idea of how many lots that would look like, and just kind of a general idea what that would look like. We did share that with some of the homeowners, and we put this in writing, and we've asked for it to be shared. I know that it was shared because it was reposted all over social media by the homeowners. That was in no way intended to be a threat. There was no thought, there was no discussion or planning that went into that. That was just something Mr. Bray, was a very preliminary a plat that he created for us to just get a visual on what that would look like. So in no way, shape, or form were we intending to threaten anyone with saying that we would put an entrance on their back property line. Again, that was, we've actually had great discussions with Mr. Allen, who had to jump off tonight, but we've had great discussions with him on what that would look like moving forward, although of course we hope we don't have to move forward with the ER zoning. But I do want to address that because that was an accusation against our character there. And then additionally, I just want to reiterate, I spoke earlier, so I won't go on too long about our plan, but I do want to reiterate that since the last meeting, we've specifically agreed to the crash gate. If that's something that the city would be agreeable to, that would completely eliminate new traffic coming through the current Lakes of Savannah, which has been one of the major reasons we've heard for opposition. And then again, we've agreed to install a fence along the property lines of those North Day homes. There's already about a 90 to 100 foot buffer between their homes and the new entrance. And then we already have a plan on there to do heavy landscaping, but we've agreed also to do that fence due to the safety concerns that we've heard from homeowners there. And then I specifically want to address, it continues to get said that we are requesting 4 lots per acre, and that is completely false. The ERPD zoning, I just want to reiterate this, is for 1.3 lots per acre maximum. We could not develop any more than 104 lots on this property without going through a rezoning process. So I just want to clarify that, because a lot of opposition emails have been submitted based on 4 lot per acre zoning, and that is not a part of our project. Otherwise, I think those were the points we wanted to hit on, and would love to answer any other questions or concerns.
Alderman Brown.
Just thank you for your comments. I just wanted to hear you. That's it. Thanks.
Anybody else wish to speak on the main motion? All those in favor of first reading of ordinance 2020-47, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name.
Brown.
You're trying to find myself. I moved around on the screen. Aye.
Thank you. Campbell.
Aye.
Collins.
No. No.
No. Cunningham.
Yes.
Dixon.
No.
Edwards.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Peterson,
No.
Petrelli,
No.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
No.
and Clary.
No.
Let me see.
It would be 7 ayes, 6 noes.
Annette, thank you. That passes with a majority vote. Next, we have a group of items. It's items B, C, E, F, H, I. It's second reading of ordinance 2020-38, second reading of ordinance 2020-42, first reading of ordinance 2020-49, first reading of ordinance 2020-50, reading of resolution 2020-63, and reading of resolution 2020-73. Alderman Edwards. Motion
Second.
from, I heard the second from Alderman Petrelli.
I move approval.
A motion from Alderman Robertson, a second from Alderman Petrelli. Any discussion on these 6 items? All those in favor of approving those 6 items as a group, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye.
Clary.
Aye.
And it's unanimous.
Thank you, Annette. That passes unanimously. Next, we have item D. This is second reading of ordinance 2020-48, an ordinance rezoning Jackson Townhomes located east of Stop 30 Road and on the north side of East Main Street and approving a comprehensive development plan to govern the development of this property. So I am listed as a sponsor here, and I need to explain that again. I am listed there because an ordinance like this, an application like this, the city has to consider by state law. Typically what I do is I ask our representative from the Planning Commission if they would like to sponsor something like this. If they decline, then I go to the alderman whose ward this lies in. If they decline, then I sponsor it. I feel like I've got a responsibility to the board and to the city to make sure that we follow state law. And this is a situation where that was the most sensible thing to do. Both aldermen had declined, and at that point, we did not have a representative to the Planning Commission. So I sponsored it. It doesn't mean that I support it because I sponsored it. I need a motion on the floor, please.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Alderman Brown, second from Alderman Waters. Keith, first thing, we got 3 documents by email. Do we need to do anything specific with those documents? Oh, I'm
No.
sorry. I'm sorry, Tina, will you allow Mr. Head and Mr. Hasty in? And without objection, we're going to suspend the rules if somebody would like to hear from them. Keith, we got 3 documents by email. Do we need to attach those to this? Do we need to do anything specific with those?
No, I don't think there's anything specific. I think all the things that were added at the first reading. I don't think there's anything new that's being added. And then what'll have to happen is the developer will have to make all those changes that were made at the previous planning commission meetings and the previous board of mayor and alderman meeting as well.
Okay.
But there's nothing necessarily that's attached that has to be approved.
I appreciate that. Alderman Cunningham, all night you have been on this side of my screen and now you're over here. So it took me a few minutes to find you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to compliment the developer and especially Sean and his crew for actually getting that petition. I was really impressed because I had asked about it, but I didn't, I wasn't requiring anything like that. But I really enjoyed my conversations with Sean that I've had over the last couple of weeks, and he was able to explain it very clearly to me. I was able to ride past it to see exactly where it was going to be, and I'm going to absolutely support this again. Thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Cunningham, thank you. Alderman Robertson.
Yes, and just briefly, I want to thank Alderman Cunningham for requesting the petition by the residents. And I was wondering, could we make that part of this filing? So in the future, in researching it, we could see the copy of the petition. Can it be made part of the record?
Annette, can you include it in the minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
Does that satisfy your request?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Alderman Robertson, thank you. Alderman Waters.
Thank you, Mayor. Is this in Ward, 5?
I think that would be, yes, Ward 5.
Correct.
Has either alderman, have they spoken about this tonight?
They've got no obligation to do that. If they want to, now's their chance.
Well, the reason I ask, I don't like people to vote on something that in my ward that I don't express my views on, and I wanted to hear them, see how they was thinking about it, because I know how irritated it made me. But are they here tonight?
Yes, sir. I'd be glad to speak.
Okay. Go ahead, Alderman Hayes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Waters. I do support this. When it first came up in 2000, I think it was late in 2018, early 19, I was against it. At that time, the Stony Brook HOA was somewhat against it. And so it never went out of the Planning Commission. In the meantime, Mr. Jackson has done an amazing job working with those neighbors, and the neighbors have supported Mr. Jackson in really upgrading what he's going to put in there. It matches much more closely to the villages of Stony Brook and what they've done there. And as you've heard from Ms. Cunningham, Alderman Cunningham, Mr. Jackson's just done a great job in working with all of the board. So I am for it. I think that it is going to add some to traffic, and I would like it very much if at least some of those impact fees would maybe go towards the underpass that we need to build there at Exit 8. But we'll talk about that another night. Thank you, Mr. Waters.
Okay, I was thinking that you voted against it last time. I believe you did, didn't you? Last time?
Last meeting, I voted for this.
At the last meeting, you voted for it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just don't like to vote on somebody else's ward if you don't want it, because I know how I felt back when the Glenbrook episode came up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just want to hear your opinion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Waters. Thank you, Alderman Hayes. Alderman Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speaking of impact fees or negotiated fees, exactly how much are the negotiated fees that we referred to just a moment ago for this particular project?
Keith, that's probably to you.
Yeah, I can address that. That's going to be $3,500 a unit, and I believe those are going to be paid at the time of the building permit, each individual building permit. That was added. That didn't come out of the Planning Commission. That was added in first reading at the. I'm looking at the minutes here from BOMA, and I think in the first reading there were just 2 votes against it in the first reading.
What's the total amount on that $3,500 per unit?
Grant, what is the number of units on this?
Without objection, we're going to suspend the rules here from Grant Green from our planning department. Go ahead, Grant.
Yes, I believe it was 47. It's been a minute since I reviewed it, so
look here.
47 units.
46.
$164,000.
Okay.
That's correct. That's it.
Well, I'd like to make a motion that we earmark 100,000 of that for the Winston Hills underpass.
Wait a minute. What was that number you said, Chair? Alderman Campbell?
You said it was 47 units.
Yeah,
$3,500.
1 second. With Alderman Campbell, without objection, we're going to suspend the rules for Sean Jackson. He seems to feel like he needs to clarify something there.
Sure.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
you're good.
Okay, great. I believe what we have here at the second reading, I think it's 45. I believe that's the number that you got.
45. Okay.
Yeah, I believe that's what it is. So you have a more accurate assessment of.
So it's 157,500.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And Alderman Campbell, your motion?
I just wanted to earmark $100,000 of that for the Winston Hills underpass.
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a motion, a second. Keith, how do we do that? We've done it in the past. Help us. Is this a note? Where does this go?
You can do that. BOMA can determine with these negotiated fees, they can determine where those go. So you certainly can put it to the underpass. One thing to bring up with the underpass is the amount of money that it's going to take to do that is going to be pretty substantial on our part. And, hopefully that will be a project that'll happen in the next couple of years. But if you earmark $100,000 for that today, it could be tied up just sitting there for quite some time. But it's possible the Public Works Director, Marshall Boyd, may be better to address that. But I just thought maybe I better bring that up.
Yeah, I do want to go to Marshall. Guys, I love that idea. That money could sit there for a while, and it's going to be a $10 to $12 million project. Certainly, we've had other situations with subdivisions that have been built where the money has piled up for a little while. There's nothing wrong with it. Just want to make you aware of that. Marshall, do you want to speak on that?
Yes, Keith is correct. We're working towards that project, but he's right. The money could be tied up for a long period of time, and maybe better into somewhere else.
Issue. And right now, the holdup on that particular project is CSX Railroad, correct? Waiting for the approval to come back from them.
Correct. Yeah, they're currently under review with the railroad, and
whatever. We're at their will. So I just want to point that out too. It's holding us up. CSX Railroad. So. All right.
Keith, if we include that amendment in this rezoning, could we remove that money in a couple of years if we decide to spend it on something else?
Yeah, you could. You could do that, or you could set it aside somewhere tonight, or you could set it aside in the future. So you could set it all aside to the underpass, and then in 2 months you could come back and change that.
Okay.
So it's real flexible. It's just what the will of the board is today, or what the will of the board may be 2 months from now.
Okay.
I said $100,000. So I mean,
okay.
I didn't want to take it all. I just want to take some of it and earmark it for the Winston Hills underpass, because I know that previous aldermen and future aldermen all want to get this project done for that area over there, and I get that. I understand that completely. I would just want to keep those dollars in that area, because it's
with it being just 157.5, it may make sense to just earmark the full amount to it, just to keep it clean.
Okay, put the whole amount there.
Okay, so we'll come to you just a second, Grant. Alderman Campbell, are you changing your motion to be that all of the money that comes 100%?
May I ask the Ward 5 aldermen what their thoughts are on that? If they would like, if this passes, would you like all that money set aside for the Winston Hills underpass?
I'll venture to say yes. Alderman Hayes.
Well, I'm just asking. It's their board.
No, it's a great question. And here's what I'd like to ask the board. I feel like our rainy day fund is not nearly significant enough. And I would like it if it were earmarked, and heaven forbid, if we have an emergency, we will tap into that money.
Yeah.
I will hope that we'll do that with other developments in Ward 5. I actually like 100,000 right now. We start a tradition. We're going to start putting some money aside. It's really part of your rainy day fund, Mayor. It's money that it makes us at least have a little more in savings. But I like the 100,000, and then I know that Mr. Jackson's also going to be doing some sidewalks and some other things, and I don't want to tie us down too much, but I think it's a great gesture. It's setting a precedence that's a good precedence, and it's money that could still be considered by our finance director as part of our rainy day fund. Thank you. And what do you say, Ms. Rachel?
Hold on just a second. Alderman Campbell, is the motion 100,000?
Yes, sir. I'll stick with $100,000 for the Winston Hills underpass.
Alderman Hayes, you appeared to agree with that. Alderman Collins, do you want to comment on this? We do need to go to Grant, though.
I will just say that I think Alderman Hayes's idea is brilliant. And I so appreciate Alderman Campbell for supporting that. I would love to see, since Ward 5 and Ward 6 are such high growth areas, and we have kind of specific issues related to that growth, that when we get these negotiated fees, let's use them to help our areas through that growth. And for us, that is clearly the exit 8 and the issues with the traffic there. So I love it. And I would have taken the whole thing, Jonathan, but you're so kind.
Alderman Collins, thank you. Alderman Edwards, Alderman Hayes, Alderman Collins. On this motion, I see your hand. Alderman Hayes, Alderman Edwards, on this motion.
Yeah, I would like to speak briefly on this motion.
Go ahead, Alderman Edwards. I'll come back to you.
On the amendment to
Yes.
but I just think we could discuss this and we're getting kind of close to midnight. I just strongly suggest we hold off trying to designate where these funds are going to go to, because we could have a long discussion about that. And the beauty of not having actual impact fees is that we have more flexibility. We don't have to use these right in the vicinity. And I can appreciate wanting to use 100,000 for this for the underpass, but if it's going to be a $12 million project, I would just strongly suggest we hold off on trying to designate where these funds go to until later or during the budget process. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Edwards. Alderman Campbell.
I was going to say the exit 8 issue is a state issue. They're waiting on us to get the underpass moving before they'll agree to redesign exit 8, and it's all their money as well right there on exit 8. And a lot of people would like for the city to jump up and do it, but it's a state issue. It's not a city issue, unfortunately, even though it impacts us and the people that live over there. As far as $100,000 goes, I would still like to earmark it for improvements to Winston Hills. I know it's $10 to $12 million, but hey, there's $100,000 you just took a chunk out of it. One bite, not having to do it all at once, bite at a time. And time CSX gets this thing approved, and it could be another 4 years. Marshall, you can attest to that. I mean, they take as long as they want. Then I think they give us 90 days to reply. Is that correct, Marshall, on anything that they come back to us with?
Right. It takes some time. You're right, to get through that process.
It's not right, in my opinion. I mean, they take as long as they want, but yet we have to reply back to them within 90 days. Anyways, I would still like to see us put $100,000 aside for the Winston Hills underpass. Thank you.
Pat Campbell, just to clarify, we're talking about the local interchange connector at exit 8. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. The underpass. Yes, sir.
Marshall, you look like you were a little wanted that clarification, and that's what we did.
There's one thing I wanted to mention. I'm going to mention this at Public Works Committee, but staff is currently working with TDOT to modify the signage on the off-ramp at exit 8 to allow a dual left turn at the end of that ramp at the signal. And I not to get too technical, but we're working with TDOT to allow a dual left, and of those two left lanes that turn, the right turn, that right lane will be able to make a right. It'll turn left and make an immediate right on the Winston Hills.
Marshall, will there be a cost to us for this?
What? Yeah, that's where I'm kind of getting to.
There we go. Okay.
We could potentially, now we're still early in the process, but we could potentially use some of that money that we're going to get from these fees to build the signs and the markings. It would more than likely pay for that project. I just wanted to kind of mention that. I think it'd make a great impact on that ramp and how it functions. But we're going to hopefully be able to move forward with that in the next few months.
And I have no problem with supporting that project. I mean, anything related to that Winston Hills area right there, the underpass or the off ramp right there is what my goal is in helping the people out there in that area.
I think it's a small change, but I think it would have a big impact.
Yes, sir.
Grant, we were talking about math a few minutes ago and you raised your hand.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I actually, I don't know if it's necessary to clarify this, but I thought I would. I think the number of units had fluctuated a few times during the course of the life of the project, but did look up last month on the agenda. It did have the number of units as 48. So that's a total of $168,000.
Okay. So with the motion only addressing 100,000, we're still good. Is that a good way to look at it? Okay. Okay. Appreciate that clarification there. Anybody else wishing to speak on the proposed amendment? Alderman Hayes.
Just one quick comment. The one reason I wanted 100,000 put aside and the 47 to go is I'm partial to Ward 5, of course, and I want the money spent there. But I've had over the past 2 years 2 or 3 times where good friends from other wards asked for something to be done from Public Works. I reached out to that alderman. They said, absolutely, that's great. It was, one of them was in Ward 1, the other one was in Ward 3 for sure. And I just, I love the whole city though. I'm partial to Ward 5, but I want to help other wards too. So I think it's nice to put a little money aside to help Public Works do all the things they do, et cetera. Thank you.
Alderman Hayes, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak on this amendment?
I'd just like to say that I think Alderman Hayes is shunning Ward 4. So that's all.
Don't forget Ward 4.
All those in favor of this amendment, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name. This is designated $100,000 of the negotiated fees for the local interchange connector and the work that may take place soon involving changing the turning lanes.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. Brown,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Collins,
Yes.
Cunningham,
Yes.
Dixon,
Yes.
Edwards,
No.
Hayes,
Yes.
Peterson,
No.
Petrelli,
Yes.
Robertson,
Yes.
Skidmore,
Yes.
Waters,
Yes.
and Clary.
Yes.
Okay. 11 aye, 2 nay.
Thank you, Annette. That passes with a majority vote. Now we're back on the main motion of the of ordinance 2020-48 as amended. Nobody looks like they want to speak on this.
Go there.
All those in favor of second reading ordinance 2020-48 as amended, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye.
and Clary.
No.
Okay, that's 12 aye, 1 nay.
Annette, thank you. That passed with a majority vote. Next, we have the appointment of chairman of the Capital Projects Committee.
I'd like to nominate Jonathan Hayes.
We have a nomination for Jonathan Hayes.
Second.
Doesn't require a second, but appreciate that.
Oh, sorry.
I'd like to nominate Alderman Robertson. Do we have any other nominations? Annette, please call the roll, and we need to vote by saying Hayes or Robertson.
Okay. Brown,
Hayes.
Campbell,
Hayes.
Collins,
Hayes.
Cunningham,
Hayes.
Dixon,
Robertson.
Edwards,
I'll say Robertson.
okay. Hayes,
Hayes.
Peterson,
Roberson.
Petrelli,
Robertson.
Robertson,
Robertson.
Yes, ma'am.
Skidmore,
Robertson.
Waters,
Robertson.
Clary.
Robertson.
Okay, Robertson has.
Congratulations.
Robertson had 7. Hayes 6.
By majority vote, Alderman Robertson is appointed as the chairman of the Capital Projects Committee. Next, we need to vote on the reappointment of Bradley Finch to the Beer Board.
So moved.
Alderman Waters makes that motion. Alderman Robertson, is that a second?
Second.
And a second by Alderman Robertson. All those in favor of reappointing Bradley Finch to the Beer Board, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye.
and Clary.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. That's, we have appointed Bradley Finch to the Bureau Board. Next, we have reappointment of Jennifer Moats to the Bureau Board.
Second,
Alderman, who made the motion?
Peterson.
Alderman Peterson, and a second from
I'll second it.
Alderman Hayes. All those in favor of Jennifer Moats to be, Alderman Cunningham, did you want to discuss?
Not that. I'll wait until you give your report, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor of Jennifer Moats to serve on the Bureau Board, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name.
Brown,
Yes.
Campbell,
Yes.
Collins,
Yes.
Cunningham. Excuse me.
Yes, I want a sample.
Dixon,
Yes.
Edwards,
Yes.
Hayes,
Yes.
Peterson,
Yes.
Petrelli,
Yes.
Robertson,
Yes.
Skidmore,
Yeah.
Waters,
Yes.
Clary.
Yes.
It is unanimous.
That passed unanimously. Thank you, Annette. Alderman Cunningham, if you want to seek to add some to the agenda, now's the time to do it. I don't take questions in my report, and it's probably going to last 14 minutes.
Oh, I just wanted to ask you, well, about the liaisons.
Oh,
Did I miss that?
no, that comes up. Gosh, Eric and I talked about that, and I cannot remember. We'll do it. We'll do it next meeting. Hold on, it has to go to the general committee.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought I missed that whole thing last meeting or something.
You may have been bringing attention to the fact that I might have missed something. Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, that's all I had, Mayor.
I'll
Thank you.
try to be brief. First thing is I need to apologize for sort of my aggressive pace tonight. I wanted us to get through everything we have on the agenda. Sometimes it's a little bit abrupt. Sometimes I moved us possibly too quickly. The fact that it's 11:47 and we've gotten this far, I appreciate y'all's work tonight. Hopefully in future meetings, I won't have to be as abrupt and move people along as quickly. There was nothing on this agenda I felt like we could move without causing some pain. So that's why I want to move us along as quickly as we did. Chief Bush, if you're still with us, I think you got an answer to a question that came up earlier.
Yes, sir. I'm still here. So the question Mr. Roberson, Alderman Roberson asked, the CDC has kicked down 65-year-olds and individuals with comorbidities, or a comorbidity is basically like diabetes, heart condition, cancer, some situations like that. However, the 75-year-olds are booked completely up through the end of February, and there are several hundred that are getting turned away each day. So I don't know when that's going to translate to where that'll be opened up for the 65-year-olds and or folks with comorbidities to allow to come in. I will say in conversations, we're trying to get a point of contact. There's a lot of information coming down through the health department, through the county, and we're trying to get one person to give a blanket statement so we can put that out on social media for everybody. And if we get that penciled down or inked down, I'll certainly kick that out to everybody for everybody to share on their pages. But right now there's discussion of it, but they have not said when that's going to happen. I hope that answers your questions.
Alderman Bush, thank you. Any questions for Alderman Bush? Any questions for Chief Bush? Couple things I want to read here real quickly. We had 3 proclamations for aldermen that are no longer serving with us. And I want to go ahead and read those now. Whereas Scott Sprouse was appointed alderman in 2000 to represent citizens of Ward 2, and whereas Scott Sprouse has served as vice mayor and member of the General Committee, Finance Committee, Public Safety Committee, Capital Projects Committee, the Nonprofit Contributions Committee, the Resource Authority Committee, the Town Center Redevelopment Board, the Mayor's Ad Hoc Library Building Committee, the Process Review Commission, and as liaison for the Arts Council, Golf Course Commission, the Beer Board, and the Board of Parks and Recreation, the Industrial Development Board, and the Board of Adjustment Appeals. Whereas Andy Bolt was appointed as alderman in 2018 to represent the citizens of Ward 4, And whereas Andy Bolt has served as a member of the General Committee, liaison of the Golf Course Commission, and the Parks Board. Whereas Daryl Woodcock was elected alderman in 2012 to represent citizens of Ward 5. And whereas Daryl Woodcock has served as a member of the General Committee, the Finance Committee, Nonprofit Contributions Committee, the Planning Commission, and as a liaison to the Arts Council and the Personnel Board. I, Jamie Clary, Mayor of the City of Hendersonville, by the authority vested in me as mayor, and on behalf of the entire Board of Mayor and Aldermen, do formally urge all citizens of Hendersonville to join with us in honoring Daryl Woodcock, Andy Bolt, and Scott Sprouse for their service to all the residents of this community. And I signed that back on November 24th, 2020. One other thing, we have the ability to have hybrid meetings. Anybody who followed us along today for our Special Public Works Committee saw how well that worked. I got to tell you, I was waiting for the kinks to happen. And Jason and Tina and Mary Beth and the staff, they did an exceptional job. Even when we tested, there were no kinks. So I will entertain a motion that our next meeting be a hybrid meeting.
Second.
I have a motion from Alderman Waters.
Second.
And a second from Alderman Peterson. Is there any discussion on this?
That would be mayor on the 27th. Is that right, buddy?
That will be on the
mayor. I'm sorry. I'm just.
That will be on the 26th.
Oh, yes, sir. Okay.
Okay. So we have Alderman Collins.
So aldermen could come or not, or attend from home.
Exactly.
And will you or someone at some point be giving us pretty detailed information about how the citizen comment section will be handled? How many people will be in the room? What kind of?
Jason and I have talked about that. Alderman Robertson and I have talked about that. We will remove a good portion of the chairs that are in the room. We will still have the availability for people to come and witness us, availability for people to come and speak, but they will also be available telecommunications. And Jason has some items that he's going to send out to everybody from our IT staff that will help us understand how this will work.
Okay.
So, good question. So we have a motion, a second, that our future meetings will be hybrid meetings. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name.
Brown,
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye.
Waters,
Aye.
Clary.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Annette. Unanimously, we've decided that our meetings in the future will be hybrid meetings until we decide otherwise.
Excuse me.
Alderman Waters.
I just wanted to ask you one last question. When will the committees start getting back into the city hall?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. We will get with Erica to communicate with the chairman and get with Jason. The hard part about setting up the hybrid meeting is that he has it set up for a Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. So we'll get with Jason, sort of figure out how to make that available for committee meetings.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
That's the end of my report. I need to entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
We have a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Alderman Waters, a second from Alderman Cunningham. All those in favor of adjourning, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, please say no when Annette calls your name.
Brown,
He's already gone.
Brown,
You're muted. Brown, you're muted.
Aye.
Campbell,
Aye.
Collins,
Aye.
Cunningham,
Aye.
Dixon,
Aye.
Edwards,
No, I wanted to stay till midnight. Yes.
Hayes,
Aye.
Peterson,
Aye.
Petrelli,
Aye.
Robertson,
Aye.
Skidmore,
Aye, and thank you, everybody.
Waters.
Thank you, and God bless you, Mark, and I hope your mother gets along well, sir.
Thank you, bud.
Waters, were you aye?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Clary,
Aye.
that's unanimous.
Annette, thank you for your help. Tina, thank you for your help. All of you, thank you for your help tonight. I can't remember a meeting that went this late that accomplished this much. Thank you all very much. We're adjourned.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good job.
Night, everybody.
Night.
Tina, thank you.